And Detroit now sits 9-6 and a game back of first-place Cleveland. Several Michigan runners will be participating in the Boston Marathon today. In fact, over 500 of them, including Mark Baumann of Flushing, who will run in his 55th straight every year since the moon landing, a record for the famous race. In the UFL, the Michigan Panthers improved to 2-1 after beating the Houston Roughnecks 34-20 at Ford Field. They scored on 6 of their first 7 drives of the game. And Scotty Scheffler won the Masters at Augusta, securing his second green jacket in 3 years. At the back 9, he shot 11 under. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Choosing the goalie for this team is like choosing how you want to get in a car accident. Do you want to be T-boned or do you want to get rear-ended? That's on the ticket text.
Oh, that's an easy answer.
You want to get rear-ended?
I'll let you say it.
Watch right into it.
You're welcome, everyone. Here we go.
I think there was a music bed underneath. You can't make that a drop. We got a write-in vote for Ozzy. About 70% of the audience says Alex Lyon. The other poll question we have this morning is about Heather Park. She is not in today. She is, air quotes, sick.
Oh.
And I bring this up because we've all been questioned when we've been sick, and she misses a Monday. Beautiful Sunday, great weather. She was sick last week, but made sure to gut it out and get into work on Thursday and Friday.
Or was she just setting the stage?
What?
Maybe each day there might have been a little bit, a new condition, a little bit worse, and then all of a sudden we get the text on a beautiful Sunday afternoon.
Right, because everybody dreads the end of the day, Sunday, especially us, we got to get up early, but Sunday rolls around, I got to get back to work. How great would it be if you're just sick? By the way, when she used a day off this year, she used a Monday, not a Friday. I noticed that. I don't know that she's actually sick. I will be the one to call her out the way that everybody called me out.
Okay, if that happens another time and it's a Monday, definitely we get suspicions like we have some other people that cycle that around every three times a year around here.
Friday's the obvious one, right? Friday's the thing. Everybody likes to, you take the Friday early weekend. Underrated is the Monday off. We asked people, what's the better day of the week to be sick? It's nearly 50-50 on our poll right now, Costa and Jansen.
Well, somebody asked on Twitter, it depends on what you're doing on your sick day. With all this nice weather, maybe the summer blank came out over the last few days.
Nearly 50-50. Hold on a second here. Friday is almost 55% and Monday 45%. That's a 10-point swing there. Are you going to be a pollster too?
Is it nearly 50-50? Make that a separate poll.
Yeah. What is really nearly 50-50? It's got to be 43, but then what's your 51?
Okay, here we go.
Then who should start in goal tonight? It's like all comes back together.
It all comes back together. We've got hockey for people. We'll talk baseball later in the hour, including Javier Baez weighing in on the booing. Do you see the gesture he made after the home run?
I did.
Well, we've got the audio. Javi talking booing, 8:35. Golf. We need golf guy this morning, okay? Everybody has a blind spot. And golf is one of my blind spots. I love football and basketball and hockey's something I'm really passionate about, especially the Red Wings. I'm not a big golf guy. I want to know from golf guy what to do with Scotty Scheffler. He is on a tear right now. He was dominant final day at the Masters. 7 birdies on Sunday. The most birdies on a Sunday at the Masters since the late 80s, right? He is pulling away down the stretch. He's winning the tournaments that aren't the majors. He's won the Masters twice. He's only 27 years old. What I want to know from golf fans, is he different? Is this going to be another, hey, Spieth had a moment, Rory had a moment, flavor of the month, you win a couple majors, and everybody says you could be the next, but you never fulfill it. Is he different? Is this a guy who could challenge for double-digit majors? Is this a guy who can challenge and be the dominant guy that Tiger was? You tell me if you're the golf guy. 248-539-9797. Because, John, I was a golf group chat with some friends, and they go, if you look at the nerdy stats like strokes gained, he is just shy of Tiger at his peak. He is a dominant golfer. How dominant, I think, is now what we get to watch for, right?
Yeah, and he's only the second one in history to win the Masters multiple times. Now he's won it twice as the world's number one. The other guy, obviously Tiger Woods.
Yeah.
And I don't think anybody right now is ready to say, well, can he push Tiger Woods' legacy. That's
No.
That's not where we're at. But can he have a moment of time where, okay, he won in 22 and now in 24? Is there a moment of a 5, 6, 7 year stretch where he can dominate the game of golf? And as I looked into it, and actually I kind of got a little bit captivated because he was the heavy favorite going in, and I was looking at it going, well, I mean, Vegas not going to call their shot, right? Well, they did. And I was watching through the entire, because he basically led from start to finish. Day one, he was one back. One back. That's right, because it was DeChambeau that won on that first day, or had the lead on that first day. And then since then, it was Scotty Scheffler. But here's where I think he does separate himself. And like all of us when we play golf, not all of us, those of us that don't play very much and don't play very good, is you could go out in a year and, I don't know, say you play 20 times. Say you play 30 times. Mm-hmm. You have that one day where you're like, yeah, it all came together. This is why I play the game. But the other 29 times, you're like, this game sucks. And for him, there doesn't seem to be any swings. He is very consistent in what he does. And that consistency, and we even see it in the pros where, you know, a guy wins a major or he wins a couple of tournaments and then he kind of disappears for 6 weeks, maybe 2 months, or even the rest of that season. And Scotty Scheffler doesn't have those lulls.
Yeah, I mean, I think as someone who really only pays attention for the majors, he only has 2 majors. But people point out to me, golf people, that he wins all the other tournaments too. I think he's won 3 of the last 4 tournaments in general. He's just a really good golfer. And when you're the heavy favorite and then you go out and do that, you are setting the stage for a run. And we've seen other people have the runway. Spieth had the runway and Rory had the runway, and there have been others. And we say, oh, they're the next guy to be the face of golf. I don't know that it's fair to say that someone will be Tiger, because Tiger was both a great dominant golfer
and is an icon
and a cultural phenomenon. I mean, Scotty doesn't exactly have the same appeal, but he's a damn good golfer. And the question is, can he take a couple Masters, throw in a British Open, right? Throw in a U.S. Open, 5, 6, 7, win another Masters, be the face of golf for an extended period of time in a way that Rory didn't live up to with the initial promise, or that Spieth hasn't lived up to with the initial promise? Is he different? ESPN put it this way. They referred to a Scotty shadow, a Scheffler shadow.
He's 6'3".
Taller guy.
He can cast a shadow.
That he is casting a shadow on the game of golf, that he is emerging as the key figure that everybody else has to overcome.
Right. He's the guy everyone's chasing. And can he be the guy that everyone's chasing for, we say, extended period of time? Can he be that guy that everyone's chasing for 5, 6, 7 years? And a life's about to change for him as well.
Father.
Yeah. And did you notice that there was a semantical change to what he said going into Friday?
Of course you caught this, Mr. Words Matter, of course.
Yeah. I mean, he said, obviously, at any point, if his wife calls and goes into labor, he is leaving the Masters. Okay, we all respect their decision. And then he said, I think it was on Saturday night, they asked him about it, and he said, well, if she goes into labor before I tee off, then I'm gonna go.
Once he's into the final round of 18,
he's gonna roll.
He's locked in.
Yeah. See, I fell for this with Jordan Spieth. I thought he was going to be the guy, and then what I didn't realize about Spieth, when he started failing in majors and having the chance to win, he was too emotional. You know, it comes down to Scotty Scheffler policing himself here, basically.
Well, but that's his personality. He doesn't seem to be an emotional guy.
But we knew in the moment Tiger had the drive to chase Nicklaus. Does Scotty have the drive to at least, and I don't think he will, but chase Tiger? And what you use, I think, is double-digit majors. I've always thought that Tiger has 16, right?
15, I think.
So we're not really saying he's going to duplicate what Tiger does, but he's going to get into a realm where maybe he would be considered the 3rd greatest golfer ever.
Yeah, or the short list. I'm trying to frame this the right way because I'm more casual guy with this. Some people who follow this closer may have a better way of determining.
People always accuse of overreaction, though. I do think the one thing that happened within the tournament yesterday, he confirmed his favorite, being as big of a favorite, and they had 4 guys that were 7 under.
You're right around 11 and 12.
With I think Scheffler had 10 to play.
Mm-hmm.
He ended up winning by 7. They all fell apart.
Yep.
Well, I think the Auberg or whatever was closer. Oberg, maybe it was
Swede,
6.
yeah.
But the guys you expected, Morikawa putting it in the water, Homa putting it in the water. Scotty didn't. Instead, Scotty got birdies. That's very Tiger-ish.
Ticket text 248-539-9797. Golf guy here grew up in the age of Tiger. This is the closest to Tiger from a dominant standpoint we've seen. The talent is loads higher. That's what we're looking for. Do you feel like that's where he is? Scotty's been great and will continue to be great, but comparing him to Tiger is unfair and unrealistic.
I'm not comparing him
to Tiger. Yeah, there's been this idea, like Tiger is still golfing, and we'll get to him in a second here, but he's not what he once was, and that spot atop the sport has kind of teeter-tottered, right? There's always a next guy grabbing the mantle, and no one has really owned it, and now there's a chance, if Scotty is what people say he is, where he becomes this force, where he doesn't win 1 or 2, but he wins 7 or 8, 8 or 9, flirts with 10.
Right. Is there a time period where he is the one that everybody's chasing? When Tiger Woods was in his prime and, winning 5 Masters, is that, and okay, the last one came obviously late, but there was a time period where everybody was trying to get better to chase Tiger Woods. And the golfers did get better. He did have an effect on the game in that and everything that goes along with it. But is Scotty Scheffler now the guy that everybody is saying, I have to be better to beat Scotty Scheffler? Is there a name that they're putting at the top of that list?
Ticket Texter says, Scotty Scheffler, absolutely different. I texted in last week, said if he learns how to putt, he will rival Tiger's dominance. Well, hired a new putting coach, starting to show he's about to go on an absolute tear. Another says he's going to win 8+ majors. By far the best iron player, can smash off the tee. He's an average putter, above average putter, and more focused of any golfer on the tour. If you aren't winning majors, then you don't matter, and golf reads another one. Well, he's got 2, and that's the question. 2 Masters now at 27. And the runway. Everybody talks about the runway, and he's about to go on this dominant tear. You're a golf guy. We want to hear from you. 248-539-9797. We'll get some thoughts on the winner. And, of course, we're going to talk Tiger. He made the cut, but ... Is he MSU hoops? It's 97.1.
Hey, when it comes to an IRS collection, and we all got our minds on the IRS today, or audit, you need a law firm that specializes in the resolution of all types of tax problems. And when dealing with the world's largest civil law enforcement agency, your case can take a lot of twists and turns. Your first call should be to an experienced law firm like Abraham & Rose. They're prepared to advocate on your behalf, no matter if it's civil or criminal or even the Michigan Department of Treasury. And whether your personal income tax or business payroll taxes, you need a real team of local lawyers, not some tax organization with some random individual that you're never going to meet. Visit abrahamandrose.com today or give them a call at 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS.
Short, simple, sweet. Jim Nantz on the call with Scotty Scheffler. Locking up his second Masters in 3 years. Dominant on Sunday. 7 birdies. Guy's just in complete control. The betting favorite, not quite wire to wire, but never really a doubt. Scotty's the best golfer in the world. My question to golf guy out there. I'm not a golf guy. I need your help. Is he good enough to be the face of golf for an extended period of time like Tiger? Because we've had flavors of the month. Rory for a hot sec hasn't sustained. Spieth, we all got excited, hasn't sustained. Koepka's had some injuries. He's won some majors. Is Scotty, does he have the staying power to grab the sport and be the guy every tournament that go, damn it, not this guy again? Because that's what Tiger was. He would run away with this. He was so dominant, he'd be the heavy favorite, and then he'd back it up and he'd win. And Scotty's winning the non-majors, and he's winning some of the majors now. And we had the texture point out the putting, and he's becoming the most dominant player in the sport. My question is he different? Different than these other guys who briefly occupied the top spot, but someone who can go the distance?
9 wins in 2 years. And a guy that, okay, if he's able to win multiple majors in the same year, everybody wants to know, well, can he be a Grand Slam guy? Well, I don't know that that's possible, but he's a guy that is amazingly consistent. And I had a golf buddy of mine, because you and I have both mentioned that golf's not our top game. Mm-hmm. And Nate texted me, he said, watching Scotty play is like watching paint dry. There is zero cool factor, zero energy. He's the best in the world, and it's not even close. And when you're starting to talk about, and the point I was making about the multiple majors in 1 year, I think the last time that happened was actually Koepka in 2018. But when you're talking about emotions getting involved, he's not a guy that really allows emotions to affect his game. And winning the Masters, and it's okay to show some emotion when you win, but like on every hole. And that's kind of the difference between, there's a lot of differences, but one of the differences between everybody else and what Tiger Woods did. Tiger Woods was exciting to watch every time, every hole, every swing.
Yeah, there's a swagger. I mean, he won't be as cool as Tiger. He won't have that off the course appeal of Tiger. The question is, can he be a golfer that is the best since Tiger? 248-539-9797. We got some good ticket texts. Like, golf guys are up this morning. I want to get to the phones because if you call in, you're first up. Let's go to Joe in Grosse Ile. Joe, good morning.
Hey, good morning, guys. Jim Nantz nailed it. Stardom confirmed. Scheffler has no holes in his game. He's unflappable. He's the right age. He absolutely should win 5 or more majors within the next 3 or 4 years. And it's an awful hard thing to do, though. I mean, it's been Rory, it's been Spieth, it's been Koepka, and then something always happens where they just can't hang in there for that lengthy period of time. But if anybody has a chance, it's this guy. I like his game.
Yeah, he's very consistent and very measured. It feels like he's very measured every time he takes the course.
Absolutely. And especially his short game. He just never gets rattled. I think the guy ends up winning between 7 and 10 majors before it's all said and done.
Got the runway to do it.
He just has to stay healthy.
Well, yeah, and that's the thing, right? You would think, we talk about, you got best abilities, availability in all these sports. We think about football and it's violent, and we think about a hockey collision, a guy gets all banged up and busted up. Golfers, oddly enough, though. Injuries have played a big role. I know you're making a face. These aren't the toughest guys in all of sports, but it does play a factor.
Well, toughness comes in a lot of forms. And to be mentally tough when you go out there and who knows what's going on with them. And we talk about like a pitcher gets a blister on their finger, like, oh, they're on the IR for 10 days. Like, we don't know what's going on, because if they have something wrong with their hand, with their back, with their foot, with their knee, like anything can throw off their swing, which then affects what they're doing on any given course, any given day.
Tiger's a guy that's been gutting it out for years. He's had the back issues and his knees and everything.
The car wreck.
The car wreck and kind of a life wreck too there for a while. He made the cut again. And then he finished with his worst performance at the Masters of his career. Is this not MSU hoops? You get in the tournament for 20-plus years. He's made 20-plus cuts at the Masters, but you're really not living up to what you once were. Like, how did you view Tiger this weekend and where he's at?
It's not MSU hoops. No.
What is
it? He's got 5 Masters championships. He's got.
Oh no, I don't mean it like.
I mean, you're talking about one title in 24 years. No, it is not comparable. And so I was excited to know that Tiger Woods was able to make the cut. And the question was going to be, would he have to withdraw at some point?
Right.
And obviously endurance and being able to golf this course specifically 4 days in a row, it took its toll on him, and you saw it happen on Saturday. He's still one of the best golfers in the world because he was able to make the cut at the Masters. He finished last in those that did make the cut, but I don't care. I was just glad to be able to see him make the cut and to be able to see what he could possibly do.
But that's the part I compare to MSU hoops. MSU does not have 15 championships the way, or major titles the way Tiger does. But what you just said, MSU fans like, well, I just want to see him get in and then see what happens. I want to see Tiger play at Augusta with the Azaleas. I want to see him make the cut and see what happens. That's the comparison. That's all I was saying.
Well, I mean, if people want Tiger out, then somebody needs to beat him.
Right.
So it's and if he missed the cut, I wouldn't have had an issue. It would have been bummed. But I'm not a huge Tiger fan. I don't really care. But I thought it was, when you have somebody with the greatness that he has had throughout the course of his career, if he's still able to be good enough in the first 2 days to make the cut, then let's see. And what happened over the last few years, right? We saw him trying to make these comebacks and he would withdraw, or we'd see him limping around. He is better this year than he was last year. And I just want to see a guy be able to get better and to be able to improve and to be able to compete.
Tiger's last major was the Masters 2019?
Yeah, I believe so, yeah.
Izzo's last Final Four was 2019. Interesting. Ticket Texture says...
You're not going to get me on that one.
No, I know. Tiger is the 25-year playoff run for the Red Wings the last 5 or 7 years, where you're in, but you're not a threat, Tom in Flat Rock. We've got Tiger. We've got Scotty in the shadow that he casts on the game. Mark in Farmington Hills. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, listen, you guys, Scheffler can do whatever he wants to do on this tour. It's diluted. The live tour has made this golf a little boring. And Tiger, to be able to come back and do what he did, finish at 72 holes after all those injuries, he's setting himself up for something grand. It's a process. But Scheffler, all the guys are on the other tour, so he can do what he wants. And that's why Tiger has a chance himself. If they keep the tour separated, he can win another major.
Well, a couple things. You're saying Liv kind of waters down what Scotty's done on the non-majors, because the majors he's still going up against all the Liv guys.
You didn't see them, though. None of them were around. And that's because they've diluted the tour. It's changed. They don't play the same format, so they're not in competitive shape. And with that going on, he's got a chance. And, again, I'll say the same thing. So does Tiger.
I kind of feel like Tiger's days of winning are over. I mean, I would love to be wrong because it was such a great story in 2019, but 2019 was 5 years ago, right? And he was old then. That was kind of a heroic, like, last hurrah moment. He's still golfing and good on him. I mean, golf's better when Tiger's in it.
But that was before the car accident. Like, it looked like he might be able to grind out a couple more, maybe.
Yeah.
But then the car accident happened, and it just, I don't know. I'm getting to a point where yesterday reminded me of Gary Player playing in the Masters for his final time, watching Tiger. Plus 16 is horrendous. So I guess I'm not going to bet against him. It's not like Jim. You don't think he'll win another one.
I don't. But I don't want praise for it. That's not a bold stance.
I would not dismiss him yet. The things I saw him do, he's just one of those guys like Tom Brady. Just not going to bet against him.
Yeah. I agree. Until he is retired and is no longer competing, he's just a guy that always has that ability to go out there and win one.
And just the thing with Scheffler, quick, you said he's 27. Mm-hmm. It's not that young. You got to start stockpiling majors. You've basically got 50 majors until you're 40 years old. He needs to win a few in bunches, get to where Koepka was, not get hurt, and then can he get above 6? 6 is Faldo and Mickelson.
That's why I said flirt with double digits. Is if he's the world number one and he's as dominant and he's got the runway and he's got probably a good 10 years. I mean, that's the question. 248-539-9797. And we've done this before. We've asked this of guys before. That's why I said, if you're a golf guy, I need you today. I don't want to get too carried away. You tell me. 248-539-9797. We're talking some Masters. We'll get to Javier Baez. He weighed in on the booze, hit the home run. Let everybody know it's 97-1.
Hey, we get the NBA playoffs on tap. We've got NHL playoffs. There's a lot going on right now, so why not dive into the best pool in history to watch all these great events? Stadium Swim is located at Circa Resort and Casino. Catch all the biggest games at a viewing experience built for sports fans. Chill in one of the 6 pools on 3 different levels for a perfect view of the massive 40-foot-tall high-definition screen at Stadium Swim. It's America's favorite place to watch all your great sporting events. Swim-up bars, instant-ready selfie walls, and one non-stop party every time. Score your perfect game day spot with cozy day beds, private cabanas, or grab a lounge at the center of the action. You can reserve your spot today. It's 365 days of sports poolside, located at Circa Resort and Casino in downtown Las Vegas on Fremont Street. Stadium Swim, all sports, all seasons. Book your spot today at circalasvegas.com.
And he holds his hand up to his ear. Almost like, what now? You going to still boo me? Told you, John, this could work.
There needs to be a little bit more consistency to his performance to claim that it works.
Need more booing. He weighed in. We'll get to it in a second. 248-539-9797. I just reverse Trey Turner. Make him into a baseball player. Mike in Livonia, you want to talk about Scotty Scheffler, the shadow. We've talked about whether or not he could be the face of golf and go on a run. We've been burned before. What say you?
Hey, good morning. I actually do think he can go on a run, and a few things. I think it's just the way his swing is built. It's not restrictive. If you look at a guy like Phil Mickelson, the reason he's had such a long career is his swing isn't built like the modern golf swing where it's restrictive, it's hard on the back, it's hard on the legs. Part of the way his footwork is because he's made it his own, but it's built not to get injured, as crazy as that sounds. And I think the only thing that kind of holds him back is everyday normal life. And you see guys like Ricky, they're all having kids now, they're having families, and that's coming for Scotty too. And he seems like a very devout family guy. And I think, everyday normal life and spending more time and attention with his family is going to be the only thing that slows him down. But I don't see any injuries coming for him. And he's solid. I mean, he's boring to watch, but he's a complete package. So I do see 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 majors for him.
The kid thing, it's come up on the ticket text. He's going to be a father. I mean, John, I can't speak to it. How big a deal is that going to be for him being a professional and being a dad?
It's not a big deal. There's been a lot of great professional athletes that have had kids, and they continue to be great professional athletes. I mean,
Greg's pointing to you, saying you're one of those examples.
I had a 12-year career, and at the time, I had 4 kids.
Then there's some that are very, very, very good, but didn't get in the Hall of Fame.
Yes. There are those as well. But no, the kid thing doesn't. And for some, like if you're going to go down that road in regards to, is he going to be up all night changing diapers and want to spend more time with his family? Well, on the flip side, those guys that are very, devoted to their families and their kids, they also want those kids to be able to know what the legacy of their dad was. They want their kids to be able to look at their dad and say, oh my gosh, you won 10 majors, you won 8 majors, whatever it ends up being. You won the Masters twice and you won it 3 more times after I was born. Like, there are great things that can come from that as well. It doesn't always have to be a detriment, as some would like to say.
Texter says he's the Pete Sampras of golf. People kind of touching on his style. He does have the drive. You can tell nothing rattles him. It's rare. Look at Morikawa. The moment got too big, he fell apart. Same with Bryson. Another texter says Scotty Scheffler, driven by his faith in Jesus. That's what gives him his calm demeanor. Mark in Howell. 248-539-9797. James and Celine, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, guys. Love that you're talking golf. Keep it up. Okay, so we say that we have all these case studies of guys who became the face of golf, and then we say something happened. So Ricky Fowler, Jordan Spieth. I mean, even Rory McIlroy over the last 2 years, to a much lesser degree because he's still been successful, but part of his game did fall off. What happened? They became the face of golf, and that's the problem. Because once you become the face of the sport, you have all these other responsibilities. I think you feel kind of this extra weight on your shoulders. You're no longer just playing for yourself. And so my advice to Scotty Scheffler would be, hey, learn how to say no. Don't become the face of golf. Just keep winning.
All the attention and the target that gets put on your back. I mean, he had a target on his back this week and it didn't matter, but you have to do it over and over and over again.
Well, yeah, and there's always opportunity for distractions. And some people would say, the whole kids, family, all of that stuff. Others would say, hey, when you win the Masters, especially when you win it multiple times, as the only the second guy in history to do it as the number 1 world-ranked golfer, there's going to be other things that come with that in terms of endorsements and opportunities and business decisions. And yeah, there are a lot of distractions that could be a part of it, but the best of the best find a way to manage both.
I think one of the things about Tiger is that he built a fortress around him in his dominant era. Everything went through his agent. He limited the distractions so that he could continue to sustain his play and get better at it. Anybody that showed any cracks in the armor, he shoved them aside, got rid of his caddy, and went to what was his name? He went away from the fluff dude and got Steve. What was his? What?
I don't know.
No, he changed. No, he did. And then guess what? The other caddy, he turned on him too, or he went away from the swing coach back in the mid 2000s that he had. Anybody that would say anything about Tiger bad that was in his inner circle got kicked to the side. All that was work. It was like a machine. And then the 9-iron happened.
Well,
I mean, Tiger breaks the record. Tiger has 20 majors. If he couldn't sustain the focus.
Yes, it was Mike Fluff Cowan from 96 to 99. Steve Williams,
Yes.
From 99 to 2012. And then Joe LaCava.
I mean, you going back on Tiger, like Steve Williams, he was the one that would get in a fight with the fans or say something back to him so that Tiger could stay focused when somebody was trying to distract Tiger. That's why people didn't like him. He took the rap.
Let's get back to the phones. We've got Scott in Troy. Scott, good morning. You're on 97.1.
Hey, good morning, guys. I just wanted to chime in on Scotty Scheffler. I mean, it is it's since post-Tiger, we have not seen this level of dominance. I mean, it's very difficult to compare somebody to Tiger Woods, but he is winning at the same clip that is Tiger-esque. I mean, he's already won the two biggest tournaments of the year. He has an additional win. I mean, he was a putt on 18 away from forcing a playoff to win that tournament. And that was against a nobody, right? So if he makes that putt on 18, he forces that playoff. My money's on Scotty Scheffler. Mm-hmm. So the fact is that the guy's winning, and even if you go rewind back, I mean, he's finishing in the top 10 every time. He is incredibly focused, and I think that he's very grounded too. I mean, the guy's still driving like a 2012 Suburban. I mean, it's made $30 million in the last month. I mean, he's very family oriented. And Jack Nicklaus very famously said that he played his best golf when his family life was in order. Right. So when he had his kids, I mean, it was like, so people talk about his first child being a distraction. It's not. Home life is wonderful right now. And golf is such a mental game that when that's all in place and he can just go play golf, I mean, he's poised right now for an absolute tear. And I think that, the way that he swings the club, I mean, Tiger was very violent, extremely violent. And ultimately it caused his body to break down, tons of injuries. And Scotty Scheffler's swing is not that way. So, I mean, who knows where he's headed? I mean, if he can sustain this for how long he can sustain it for, but I mean, he's obviously he's the best prospect that we've seen since Tiger Woods. I mean, he's incredible.
Well, yeah, and that's why we brought it up today. Is like golf guys, we've heard this before. Like we want to know, is he actually different? And it's almost been unanimous, John. I don't think anybody's called in and said, no, this is going to go exactly like it did with Ricky or Rory or Spieth or anybody else. Some of it might be prisoner of the moment, but I'm leaning on Golf Guy. Golf Guy tells me this is different, that he's built to last. He's winning everything, including the non-majors. Scotty, the era of Scotty, the shadow of Scotty is upon us.
Yeah, and it's the consistency with which he plays with, the consistency that you see his moods. He doesn't have a big swing, and even when I read the text from Nate, like this is a guy that is boring to watch, but he just goes out there and gets the job done.
Javier Baez, we mentioned the booing. We can get to it coming up next, exactly what Javi had to say. There was an extended exchange post-game. He hits his first home run of the year, helps spark the Tigers to a win, get the split, avoid a 1-3 weekend against the Minnesota Twins. Baez was asked about the booing. We'll play the audio next. We'll talk about that. In the 9 o'clock hour, we don't want to have the conversation, but we gotta. It's 97.1.
Yeah, I've seen people out mowing already, and with the rain that we had last week, now some sunshine, your grass is going to start greening up, and it's going to start growing. If you want the best one, you got to give Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service a call. Get green, stay green with Natural Way, and that number is 888-GET-GREEN for a limited time right now. If you purchase a full lawn program, You're going to get free grub control, but you got to mention my name along with 97.1 the ticket. And here's what they're going to do for you. They're going to give you the 100% satisfaction guarantee by using fewer chemicals and environmentally sound practices. They're going to assign your lawn its own specialist, and you're going to have certified applicators and arborists come out and perform the custom tailored solution specifically for your yard and your home. They've been doing this for over 3 decades. That's why at the start I said they're going to give you a 100% satisfaction guarantee. That number again, 888-GET-GREEN, or on the web at naturalwaylawn.com. Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service. Get green, stay green with Natural Way.
Sparked them. Come back to win. 2-2 split against the Twins this weekend. The alternative would have been another ugly day at the plate. 1-3 against an injured Twins team. Settling in at 8-7. Instead, it's a 9-6 baseball team scrapping, finding ways to win, and really no complaining. Even Javier Baez, the guy we've been complaining about, delivers the home run. People have been booing at the ballpark. Javi gestures it looked like to the crowd. Hand up to his ear. Oh, kind of what now? I just hit the home run. After the game, the boos were brought up. Here's an exchange. It's back and forth. Here's Baez. John?
Jim?
Of course, it's Rieger, by the way, with the exchange. Everybody, we kind of mentioned that. But good for him for asking and getting the clarification, because even the very end there, he's okay. Booing is not disrespectful. It's when you start to, you start taking shots and personal things, and that's not okay. The booing has been fair game in sports as long as we've been playing sports. If a guy's underachieving, you can boo a guy.
Yeah.
That's how this works.
And he said he's heard that his whole career, so it's nothing new to him.
He says it doesn't affect him.
Yeah. I mean, okay, he hit, you said the home run. He hit a home run.
His only
home run. He's batting 140. I'm not ready to say, oh, look at Javi. Wow. Okay, he sparked an inning, a 4-run inning, where the Tigers were able to win a game. And good for him.
Yes, and what I think it's good for Detroit. We need to pat ourselves on the back, because he's acknowledging the boos in the home run. We are making things happen, albeit not as much as we would like, which means we need more boos. We need louder boos. We need to really do our best to get Javi over the finish line. He is still, if not one of the worst hitters in all of baseball. They've bumped him down. They've given him days off. Guys, it's there for us. We can help him be just a little bit better, and it's helping just a little bit at a time. Louder and more of them, please.
Is it really helping?
I don't know, John.
I mean, so that's the thing, and you can go to a game, and when Javi Baez comes up, you can do whatever you want. It wouldn't be in my nature as soon as they announce a guy, especially a guy that is playing for our team. Now I'm frustrated with him, and I pulled out the S word on Javi Baez last week, but I'm not going to go to a ballpark and start off every time he is announced, whether it's in the, if he doesn't get up to bat till the third inning, and boo him. You're not going to boo him when he makes a great play at shortstop. Like, that doesn't happen. So how can you say, well, it just helps him at the bat, but it doesn't help him in the field?
John, I don't know all the
this is your theory,
but it is a real theory. Like, he likes giving it back to the crowd when he's in Chicago and when he was with the Mets, and he did it a little bit to Detroit. I don't know how else to interpret that. You tell me if I'm missing something. Watch the video. He hits the home run. He kind of does, hey, let's hear it now. That's what that gesture is, right? I'm listening. Yeah, let's hear it now. The boos are affecting him, and he wants to prove Tiger fans wrong. So we need to be as loud, and we need to force him to prove us wrong any little bit to make this guy serviceable.
He's
fine defensively, but they are affecting him. They are.
They are.
They are.
You think they are? Hitting one home run is having an effect on him.
We need to be louder.
He may have had that home run whether you booed or not. Like, it's inconclusive at best.
Sure.
if this ridiculous theory of booing somebody helps them be a better ball player.
He downplayed it. What do you guys think? 248-539-9797.
Again, you go to a game, you pay your ticket, you get in, you can boo whoever you want. I just think it's a bit of a stretch to say it's working.
That's fair. He's batting 140. His OPS is shy of 400. I think only one batter has a lower OPS in all of baseball, like 190 qualified guys. No, I can't say
That'd
it's
be Parker
working.
Meadows.
I don't know if he qualifies. Yeah, no kidding. Does he get sent down, by the way, at some point here? I know they love his defense, and when he gets on the base paths, especially Friday night.
It's been a really rough start.
I know.
And I don't know how long they go. We'll get a chance to talk to AJ later in the week, and he probably won't give us too much on it. We're going to have to ask the question, like, what do you do with a player like Parker Meadows, who at the end of last year showed some promise, still shows promise in the field, and when he's on the bases, the problem is getting on base.
Well, yeah, I mean, the strikeouts, his swing.
He's got 16 strikeouts. He actually leads the team in strikeouts right now. And he's got 7 walks. So he does, at least in terms of drawing walks, can be effective of getting on base, but that's not what you want from. That's not the positive you're looking for.
He had 4 strikeouts in the game on Friday. He struck out in the one he played on Saturday and the one he played on Sunday. Yeah. Young hitter. This is part of being a young hitter. He's in that zone now where you got to make a decision. Is it better for him to get some ABs in Toledo and build some confidence, or is this helpful for him? And yeah, I think that's a fair question for AJ later this week.
Yeah, because when you look at Parker Meadows and you see all of the raw talent, like you see the speed, you see the size, you see the power, you see all of those things, and you're just hoping that one day he shows up to the ballpark and it clicks like it clicked a little bit last year. You just want to get there. You're not asking him to be a 300 hitter right now. Mm-hmm. You're just asking him to be better than .061.
I know. And even Torque, soft contact, king of pop-ups. Box score says he has a couple hits yesterday. They've got some bats that still need to turn it around. When we talk about a team that's finding ways to win and comeback wins, it's better than the alternative. It's just not something that you feel is sustainable, right? With a comeback win, the comeback Cats, you take 2 of 4 against the Twins. You can't rely on comebacks. You can't rely on an offense that stays dormant for 6, 7, 8 innings to wake up at the end of every game. Listen, I'll take them because I know how hard they are to come by. I'll take as many wins as we can get for this baseball team. But those are real concerns here still.
Yeah, I mean, they are concerns. But they're a 9-6 team. And they're a team that, like we had said, when we made our predictions for the end of April, they're going to have 30 games. All right, they're halfway there. And right now they're at 9-6. What does that mean? Because they've got a tough stretch coming up with some teams that they're going to be facing in the next couple of weeks.
Ticket texters, Harvey Baez is one ticket text. His gesture is embarrassing. He sucks. Do more, be better, or give your salary back to the city of Detroit. See, that's the energy I need at the ballpark. Another ticket texter says, boo Baez to the South Pole. He's an absolute bum. Clearly runs himself out of town. He's been trash. Most fraudulently paid player in MLB history. Again, bring the energy to the ballpark. Texter says, if I call the show and boo Cookies, will his Red Wing opinions get better? Tom in Flat Rock.
I don't know. Yeah, Tom.
That's just...
Hey, just in case you misplaced the number, 248-539-9797. Give us a shout.
Listen, you give me Baez salary, I'll let you guys line up and boo me all day long. It'll be phenomenal. Do you believe him when he says it doesn't bother him? Last thing on it.
I mean, no, I don't think it really affects him very much. There are times when you're playing where you could be in a park that's completely full or completely empty, and you don't really notice what's going on around you because you're so focused on what you're doing.
9 o'clock hour. We are 10 days away from the draft. 10 names. Instant reaction if that's the move for the Lions. We'll get to it in the 9 o'clock hour. But first, we got to eat our vegetables. It's 97.1.
Brought to you by Applied Innovation. The Pistons cleaning out their lockers today, moving on after a 14-68 season, locking up another top 5 pick, and they'll again have the best odds for number 1 overall. However, a franchise worst record, the 28-game losing streak, and the endless injuries and turnover may end up forcing a change somewhere in the organization. Detroit is one of only 5 teams in the East who won't play beyond 82. Yet another late-game rally for the Tigers. They had 2 hits and no runs until they sparked something in the 8th. Yet another late-game rally for the Tigers. Dan Dickerson on the call on 97.1. Before that, a Javier Baez solo shot. After it, a go-ahead torque RBI hit. Jason Foley locked down the save, and Detroit won 4-3 over the Twins to split the series. Another green jacket for Scotty Scheffler. He outdueled Colin Morikawa, Max Homa, and young phenom Ludwig Oberg, who are all in it until the final turn. Scotty has 7 straight top 10 finishes now, has won 3 of his last 4 tournaments. Tiger did make the cut, but finished 16 over par, last among those who played the weekend. And a big couple of days for the Wings. They have a home-and-home with Montreal starting tonight, and have a couple of must-wins, and they need the Capitals to lose a game. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Let's get this out of the way. John, we've been doing this show almost 2 months.
Yeah.
How much time have we spent on the Pistons?
Oh, all total through those 2 months, let me get my calculator out. I don't know, maybe 3 minutes?
Outside of that incident,
what? Outside of that, okay, I'll say maybe a total of 20 minutes.
Sure.
2 segments.
I say this because I know people are going to go, why are you talking about the guys? We know the Pistons are not exactly a ratings draw, okay? And pre-show I said we do want people to listen to the show, so should we? And we should. This is kind of like your vegetables. The season's over. This is the time to take a step and take a step back and see what comes of it, because change was promised. Change has not happened. The rumored change from The Athletic is that they will hire a president of basketball operations above Troy Weaver and Monty Williams. Cleaning out the lockers today at 10, presumably so the players don't have to address any moves they make later in the day. I do hope there are several moves, John. It's indefensible to keep Troy Weaver as a part of this organization, and I'd argue money shouldn't be an issue for a billionaire. Monty Williams shouldn't be coaching the team either. But if you need a new basketball guy to come in and make the decisions for you, so be it. But, John, there's no way Troy Weaver should be in the front office in a couple hours. Like, fine, let the guys get out of the locker room. Don't make them answer the questions about it. But 11 o'clock, noon, lunchtime, Weaver's gone, bye-bye. Got to happen, right?
So he's accountable for 4 years.
Mm-hmm.
Are we giving him 4 years?
Yeah.
Where do those 4 years rank?
You love this stat.
I do. I mean, they are, one of them this year was the worst in franchise history with only 14 wins. 4 of his 4 seasons finish in the worst 8 years that this franchise has ever known. Ooh. And they have progressively gotten worse. And so I always wonder, and I ask the question, right, is there something that we're not seeing from year 2, from year 1 to year 2? Did they get a little bit better? Is there hope on the horizon? Then same thing year 2 to year 3. Now year 3 to year 4. And then you look at the whole thing. When he took over, are they better 4 years after that he was making decisions than they were when he took over?
When he took over, they were a 20-win team. Fast forward 4 years later, 14, the fewest in Pistons history. They featured a 28-game losing streak, the longest in NBA history. The answer is no.
And so at that point, you're looking at going, well, we're not clearly on the right course. Well, who sets the course? The GM is the one that starts that course by acquiring players, putting together and assembling a roster that you want to have some superstars, but you want to be balanced. You want to have guys that can actually shoot in a game where you've got to be able to make three-pointers. Who do we have to rely upon to be shooting three-pointers? We have a lot of guards, but none of them are known for being good or effective or consistent behind the arc.
It's a three-point shooting league, and Weaver always minimized that in the media. And if you look at his roster, more importantly, his actions minimize three-point shooting. The guys who we would consider to be the young core, and it's not much of a core when you win 14 games, but it's Cade.
Mm-hmm.
Ivy is not a plus shooter. Asar Thompson is not a plus shooter, and Jalen Duren is not a plus shooter. So what the hell is this roster in today's NBA where 3 of the 4 core guys aren't plus shooters around Cade Cunningham? That's not exactly a good that you didn't build a cohesive roster. You collected names. You never built a team. And if you're Weaver, your win percentage is worse than even Matt Millen. Since you've been here, your basketball team is a combined, and I typed it all out, went back through, made sure I double-checked it. It's every bit as bad as you think, if not worse. 74 and 244. They won 23% of their games. Matt Millen won 27% of his games as the executive of the Detroit Lions. We have a guy worse than Millen, and you have an owner who has to step up and step in and fire people. And I do think Monty's on that list too. And I know that's more expensive. I know he signed a rich contract in the offseason, but he didn't want to coach. And he told you he didn't want to coach. And he told you at the press conference he took the job in part because of the money. And then it felt like he coached the team like a guy who wanted to be fired. He would tell people, hey, I'm not going to keep playing the all-bench lineup. The very next night, the all-bench lineup's in the game. Why is Killian Hayes starting 30 minutes a night? He's not in the league anymore. Like, Monty really ran this team. I can't tell you factually he wanted to get fired. I can just tell you if a coach wanted to get fired, they would have done everything Monty Williams did this season.
And here's the things that we don't know behind the scenes. Was he told by Troy Weaver, hey, you've got to play Killian Hayes because we want to inflate his trade value, which was
non-existent. Well, the other flip side, people wanted to see Ivy. And that was the guy losing out to those minutes.
Yeah.
Remember? And then Monty admitted, like, oh, yeah, I probably should have done this sooner. No kidding. You should have played your top 5 guard alongside Cade to see if it worked or not. We'll see. A teardown of the studs is probably what they need to do. Will they have the guts to do it? Will they financially take the hit to fire multiple people and pay multiple people and really do what this organization needs? Or is it going to be a lot of platitudes?
It needs to be the frame, right down to the frame off restoration. And you've got to find a way. And I don't think the answer is going to be bring in a president of basketball operations to oversee Troy Weaver, because it doesn't work for Troy Weaver either. Now, all of a sudden, you've neutered him, and he's got to run everything by. And then, what the basketball of operations just tells him, no. Like, it doesn't work for Troy Weaver. It doesn't work for the Pistons to have that same voice there, especially if everything is going to be overruled when it comes down to it.
John, you've brought this up before. When you spray Febreze in a smelly bathroom.
Yes, then you just get the mix.
That's what this would be. Even if you have the crispest smelling.
Yes, there's no really good way to cover a turd.
No, you're going to have to flush it. And you're going to have to air out the room. And that's what the Pistons need to do. Flush it and air out the room. If you sprinkle a little Febreze into this current situation, it's going to smell like apples and ass. Like, it's not going to fix the situation.
You know what, guys? I think maybe the most indicting thing of Weaver is, and it's excuses and why he has been bad at his job, is this. You go back to the 2022 draft. Teams that were in the same kind of area in their franchises, all a little bit different. It's not exact, but this shows you what you can do from being in the lottery, right around the Pistons, and then what you can't do when you're the Pistons. So 2022 Magic, 47 wins this year. Yep. They had the number 1 pick that year. Mm-hmm. The Pistons didn't. They took Ivy that year.
Great point.
Thunder, number 1 seed in the West. They had the 2nd pick in the 2022. This is less than 2 years ago. Okay, that'll be 2 years this coming draft. 57 wins. Again, they got Holmgren. The Pistons didn't. The Rockets are to 41 wins now. They were right there in the conversation. The Cade draft a year before, 2021. Yeah. How about the Pacers? They picked 6th in the 2022 draft. So behind the Pistons.
Yeah, Mathurin was their pick. Yep.
47 wins. I mean, it's one thing if the Pistons, because they didn't get the Yzerman excuse, which is the lottery luck, that they'd be sitting at 30 to 35 wins. 13?
Right. Your fourth year is your worst year. Come on. Indefensible.
That's why. Exactly.
248-539-9797. Let's get to Meech in Detroit. Good morning. You're on 97.1.
Morning, fellas. How you doing?
Good.
Yeah, so I'm thinking about the Pistons here. Like, we won, 14 games this year? Mm-hmm. And For some reason, they didn't play like you guys said. They played Killian Hayes too much. That should have been Jaden Ivey and Cade Cunningham getting a run together, especially since Cade missed the majority of last year. Matter of fact, if not all of last year, when Jaden Ivey was really showing out. They need to feature Jalen Duran more. Even though it's a three-point league, they should adapt the DeMar DeRozan and Kawhi Leonard take. And, we got a bunch of mid-range players. We don't have three-point shooters. The ones that we did have and drafted, like Luke Kennard, we let go. And now they're, shooting when they're supposed to shoot other places. Monty Williams, like you guys said, never wanted to coach. He was definitely in it for the money. And when you really think about it, when that Phoenix Sun team that he was a part of went to the finals, I mean, it wasn't like he was just doing amazing coaching job because they end up losing to the Bucks. It was the players that he had on that roster. And next year, we will win a double, if not triple, the amount of games we won this year. Thank you, guys. Thanks for the call.
And
Thanks for taking my call.
I appreciate it. Appreciate anybody who has any passion left in them after this season. I mean, the only good thing is it's finally over. The season's over now.
Well, and you would think with the worst record in franchise history that there's only one way to go, and that's up. Now, I'm not going to go as far as Meach did and say, double or even triple their wins from this year, but I think if we're setting the bar as low as we can, double at 28 wins.
Long off season. Not going to hold you to it. How many of the 4 young players are here next season? Cade, Ivy, Duran, Thompson.
I think 3 of the 4 are.
Okay. Do you have a guess or preference who the odd man out is?
I think the odd man out would probably be Ivy. It just doesn't feel like he fits. And if there was a guy that you would think fit with the organization, it would be Ivy because of his history with it and everything that goes into it. But it just doesn't feel like he is a fit with the other players. And it doesn't mean he can't be a good player in the NBA. I just don't feel like he fits with those guys.
It's tough. He's an NBA player. He's got the extra gear. He can get to the rim. But not that people have been paying attention lately. It's not like he grabbed the mantle at the end of this season when he had the opportunity. And he's not a shooter, so he doesn't compliment Cade. My only question is if he doesn't have the value,
what are you going to get back for?
Selling for pennies on the dollar. Could you get more for Duran, who has not been the rim defender he was promised? Still very, very young. My point is you got to give to get. And if you're in a position where you're trying to spin off a non-shooter to get a shooter or a non-shooter to get a better compliment, someone on the wing, you got to give to get.
Well, I think if you're going to label, okay, who brings the most? It's obviously Cade.
Right.
Who brings the second most? Probably Duran.
Duran, yeah.
And then
if you're not trading Cade, then you might have to be open. I know.
Yeah, and then it's probably Ivy, and then it's Thompson. And the thing about Thompson is that he's just a rookie.
Yeah. Hey, 248-539-9797. Some ticket text. Apples and ass is a horrible Febreze scent. Flush it, Dave, in New Baltimore. Can someone start a band called Apples and Ass? Signed, Nick, on the ticket text. Pacers were also the number 1 offense this year. Don't forget that point, Gov. That's from Dave at work. Yeah, there are countless examples. It was a good job by Tom. Countless examples of teams who have been bad, and after a few years, they show some semblance of life, and then there's the Detroit Pistons. All right, coming up next, 10 days away from the NFL draft, 10 names, reactions, 97.1. Despite the photos circulating on social media, I was not crying with my cat on Saturday night, John.
Tears of joy.
And if there
right?
were tears, exactly, they were tears of joy as the Red Wings, third period, got to kill off a penalty or the season's over.
If
they
you want to
they win the game.
The photo.
Is this a Honeycutt special?
Yeah. James Honeycutt does a wonderful job.
Little caricatures.
Of caricatures. What?
That's when you've made it. When you've got a James Honeycutt caricature.
Yes, I agree. I was kind of like, I was looking when I first started here, I'm looking at Stoney had a couple and Gator and Doug had some. And then mine arrived. And I was like, all right, I've made it. And you
Yours
have
is like you ice
arrived.
fishing in a full Michigan football uniform.
Yes.
Mine is me in my boxers on a couch crying while I hold my cat with a broken car flag in the corner.
I was sitting at a softball game and I burst out laughing. And everybody around me is like, what's wrong with this guy? And I said, you got to see this. And I passed the phone around to everyone.
I didn't see it until Jim sent it to me yesterday. I loved it. It was unbelievable. I was wondering, Saturday night, I actually thought about you a couple times during that game. Like, you were probably on cloud 9 when it was 4-1.
4 unanswered goals. Hot damn, there we go.
After one.
Yep.
And then that second period. And I actually was concerned that you were going to start cracking the bottle and go off the deep end.
Yeah,
you were by yourself. Yeah, you and your cat.
Mm-hmm.
It takes you to a dark place. You're like, they're going to do this again, aren't they? And then you find out before that third period that if they lose in regulation, the season's over.
I was concerned Jim was actually going to burn down his house.
Yeah, I know. All things were on the table at that point. They were up 4-1, and I'm listening to Rieger on the way home, and I'm thinking to myself, I'm like, I should text Jim. I should text him right now. And then I thought, no, you know what? I don't want to be the jinx for Jim. And then all of a sudden they come storming back and tie it up. And at that point, I definitely wasn't, because I didn't want you to abuse your phone. I'm sure you were getting enough love from other friends.
Yeah. They won the game, though. And it's Dylan Larkin and it's overtime. And it's the captain. It's the guy that's had, carried the most weight of this drought, right? He has suffered the most of anybody in that locker room. He made the playoffs as a bright-eyed and bushy-tailed 19-year-old, I think. I think he's still a teenager, right? And he's sitting on a team with Zetterberg as the captain, and it's the Red Wings. And, of course, you're in the playoffs, and only good things are going to happen about that. It's been a long time, and he suffered through a lot of losing. And when he scored that goal in overtime, he's jumping up and down like a little kid.
Yeah.
And you go, in Toronto, season on the line, season on the brink, who else but the captain to deliver? And it was Birchie Kid that had a great stat, and it shows just how important Dylan Larkin is for this hockey team. With Dylan Larkin this season, they're a plus 22 goal differential, 100-point pace. Without him, they're a minus 20 goal differential, 44-point pace. He is critical for this team. They bump DeBrincat up to his line. DeBrincat scores a couple goals. Nice to see him score a couple goals. And you realize as we come into today, while they do not control their own destiny, I think they're in the best position of anybody on the bubble to get in. And it's supported by the odds on Money Puck, and it's supported by the logic. The Red Wings will play the Montreal Canadiens back-to-back. They need to... The simplest solution, there's a bunch of scenarios. The most simple solution is they win both, and Washington loses one game. Washington has to play Boston tonight and the Flyers tomorrow. Boston's fighting for seeding. Philly's fighting for the playoffs. They lose one, you win both, you're in. Doesn't matter about Pittsburgh, doesn't matter about Philly, doesn't matter about tiebreakers, you're in. You win both, you're in. Washington should lose a game. They're not a good hockey team, and they're playing good hockey teams. It's right. Stop me if you've heard this before, John. It's right there for the Detroit Red Wings. It's right there.
No, I'm not going to stop you. It's right there. And it's been there since the end of February. And they've whittled away at their lead. It's evaporated. They've been down. They've been up. And they've had many opportunities against those same teams that are in the running for that final wild card spot. And last Tuesday, hey, win and you take care of your own business. They couldn't do it. Last Thursday, on the road, win and you take care of your own business, and they couldn't do it. So what makes you think that tonight, because they're going to play the same time as the Caps and the Bruins, What makes you think that they'll be able to take care of business tonight?
It's agonizing because if they beat Washington last week, that means you add 2, take away 2. You might be able to clinch tonight if you had beaten Washington last week.
Yeah.
And instead, you got to do it the hard way. And it's going to come down to, like, here's how I know they're going to win tonight, because it has to come down to the final game of the season. It has to come down to Tuesday where they could win or lose themselves into the playoffs. It has to.
So is that a roundabout way of giving the
No. You aren't doing that to me.
Well, that's what you just said. This is how I know they're going to win tonight. I mean, you seem pretty sure about that.
I would like to talk about why I think they're going to win tonight without locks, without flags, without props. Keep the sharp objects in the drawer. Let's just talk hockey for a couple minutes.
Maybe we set this up for Montreal, and you give Montreal the Costa lock.
Nah, that's a cheap party gag at this point. I'm with them that I think they win tonight because they've strung us out all year long.
So why not string us out one more day?
Yeah.
Has to go down to the final day.
I'd be pretty stunned if they lost tonight and the Capitals won and they were out. I mean, they would be eliminated if that happened.
Yeah,
they can't.
If they lost in regulation.
They can't clinch getting into the playoffs, but they can clinch being eliminated.
Yeah, Washington wins, Wings lose in regulation, they're out.
It's over. And people go, well, wait, why not? It's because of the tiebreaker. Detroit cannot finish with the same number of points as Washington and get in. Same deal with the Flyers. Because those teams play at the very end and they're guaranteed at least 2 points.
So everybody wants to know, and we had a text earlier about whether or not you should win and get in or lose and demand change, right, or force change. I'm a proponent of when you play the game to win. I don't care what the ramifications are, but it is always better, always, to win. And I will say this, because everybody wants, hey, it's Lalonde, it's Kane, it's DeBrincat. Like, there's enough blame to go around from the top down. Yzerman, Larkin, everybody has enough blame to go around. But I'll ask you this and I'm not defending Lalonde when I ask you this question, because I want to know what your thoughts are on it. Going into the season, what were the expectations by the odds makers of what the point total would be for the Detroit Red Wings?
87, 88, something in there.
And where are they now?
They have 87 points.
They're right where most people expected them to be. Now, they've taken a very, roundabout way, circuitous, so the word I was looking for.
I knew what you meant.
Still struggling with words. But they're right where everybody thought they would be. Now, enter February, and you reset the expectations, because what did we do for the Lions? We reset the expectations. It was win the division, win a playoff game. Oh, now we expect them to win the second one, especially since it was Tampa. Like, you expect all of these things, and it's okay to change your expectations. And when those expectations change, they change for everyone.
Yeah, I think it's really important to point out, fine, this is where they were expected to be. That's a Lalonde special, right? They added Patrick Kane. You brought this up. How many points is he worth over the course of the season? And we didn't say it's worth 10 points, but it was, hey, can he win you a couple extra games? He has 7 game-winning goals. If you thought you could get to 88 and he was worth a couple extra, that's 92. So the expectation should be 92. 92 gets you in. If you fall short, you miss the playoffs, that's a failure. And I know everybody gets all in their feelings because that's a harsh word, but when you aim high and you don't get there, that's failing. That's part of having high expectations or having standards for your hockey team. They were good enough to get in. They intentionally left young players in the minors to start the year, signed a bunch of grown-ups and veterans, added Patrick Kane, did have a 9-point cushion. You're damn right they better get in the playoffs. And it's still right there for them to the very last 2 games of the regular season. Win the 2.
And get in.
And Washington loses, and you're in. So I still think they're going to get in. Now, the question was, do you trust this hockey team? I don't trust the Capitals. I don't trust the Red Wings. I don't trust the Penguins. I don't trust anybody on this bubble, but someone's got to get in. And if someone's got to get in, I think the Red Wings are the best team on the bubble.
Yeah, because they are going to take 8 teams, right?
Last I checked, they haven't made an amendment where you go, we'll give the first team a bye. No, they have to take 8 teams. Someone's got to play themselves in. If this makes you uncomfortable that I think they're going to get in, fine. this is how I feel.
I'm not comfortable saying they're in, they're out. What I am comfortable saying is that it's been entertaining. It's been maddening. It's been frustrating. It's been exciting. It's been all of the emotions and more so negative in the last 6 weeks, simply because they had such an opportunity in front of them. They squandered it, and now they're fighting. But this is a team that has performed pretty much to expectations. And what did we want going in? Yes, I thought that they were going to be a playoff team, but what we wanted was a playoff run. We wanted some excitement, some entertainment. Now, all they have to do is finish it off.
The big question for tonight's game, we'll get to that coming up next. It's 97-1.
Hey, bet the NBA play-in tournament with a no-sweat same-game parlay from FanDuel. And it doesn't matter if you're new to FanDuel or already have an account. This one is open to everyone. You're going to get bonus bets back if your same-game parlay doesn't win on any Tuesday night matchup. NBA same-game parlays are the perfect way to combine your bets for a chance to score a bigger payday. Put down a little, design your same-game parlay however you want it, and then you got a chance for a big payout. However you want to play, just head to FanDuel.com/Jansen to bet the NBA with a no-sweat same-game parlay. That's FanDuel.com/Jansen. And make every moment more with FanDuel, an official sports betting partner of the NBA and 97.1 The Ticket. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. Minimum 3-leg parlay required. Refund issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Max refund $5 unless otherwise specified. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problems? Call 1-800-270-7117 for confidential help.
The voice of a broken man, Mark Champion. Guy endured 68 losses in a season, the worst in Pistons history. We touched on it earlier. Odyssey Rewind. Also talked golf. Scotty Scheffler, the shadow of Scheffler. Golf guys telling us, is this different? Can he grab the mantle and actually run with it in a way that some of these past, quote, phenoms didn't? Red Wings, question of the night. Not just, do they win? Who's between the pipes? How do you play this?
I'll go back to my prediction early on. I mean, Lyon has the best track record over the year. He's had the most opportunity. They obviously are the most comfortable with him. Reimer, I know over the last 5 games, you've got some stats I know you're going to throw our way.
Yep.
Has been maybe
the slightest
the hot
bit?
hand.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's the thing is if they had, good goalie play, consistently good goalie play, we wouldn't be in this position. If they had good defense, if they didn't go on a, the offense didn't evaporate in the month of March, there's a lot of different things that would prevent us from being here right now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll be able to do a full post-mortem if they miss the playoffs. I'd like to delay that and not do that show altogether. I'd love to see them get in. Part of the decision is, who do you trust in goal right now? James Reimer's 4-1 in his last 5. Now, let's not mistake that for playing well. Toronto's, he was out of position a couple times. It was an adventure. But he had big saves in the third. He's won 4 of his last 5 games, and it's a 9-10 save percentage, which is pretty good. It's not great. It's good. It's a little better than Alex Lyon, who in the last 5 games is 2-2-1 with a 907 save percentage. And Lyon just laid that egg in the Pittsburgh game where he couldn't make a single big save. The Washington game, I don't think he was tested all that much, but he didn't make the big save on Ovechkin right before the second period. Would have been a tough play. I'm not blaming him for it, but we need a guy to make the save, and he hasn't. And then I go, okay, well, if neither guy's going to stand on his head, Reimer's let's not call it the hot hand, the lukewarm hand.
Yeah.
I'd go with Reimer. And we put this up on our poll question on Twitter, Costa and Jansen. 65% of people said Alex Lyon is who they would play in net tonight. It's also a dynamic of, do you play the same guy twice? If the first guy wins, do you play him the very next night? Normally you don't, but you're not worried about...
You're just worried about winning 2 games right now.
Win the game. That's all that matters. Our other poll question today, as Stoney comes into the studio, we'll get his thoughts on both of these. Heather Park is not in studio today. She's out sick, air quotes. We've all had our integrity question when we've been out sick on this show. Mm-hmm. And I asked the question, what's a better day to be sick, Monday or Friday? 54% of you said Friday. I do think for Heather, she would rather be out on a Monday. She's used time off on a Monday. It was a nicer day on Sunday. You don't have to worry about getting up early the next day.
Yeah.
I don't know if she's actually sick.
Yeah. Jury's out. I mean, she was building up to this.
Late last week.
She laid the groundwork.
She did.
Very well.
She did.
But if it was me, I would always choose a Friday versus a Monday. I'd rather the week end quickly than have it an abbreviated start.
If I'm in town, it's by far a Friday. It's not even close. Or even if I want to go. Sometimes if you're away and you don't have to come back on a Sunday, you'd rather not work Monday, especially your shift.
Yeah. And the shift, you did it for years.
Yes, I know.
The idea is you get done at 10 a.m. on a Friday. Don't miss Friday. Take Monday so that your Sunday you go into your evening and you don't have to worry about getting up early.
Yeah, but if you're going somewhere, you get done at 10 o'clock on Thursday, you're gone on Thursday afternoon.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
So it's like, if you go up north, do you want to be there for Sunday or be there for Friday, really?
Yeah.
But if you miss Monday, you come back and it's a short week already and you're counting down the days and the weekends here. Anyway, goalie tonight, Stoney.
I would go unconventional and go Reimer because he won the last game. I don't think it's going to make a difference. I think they're going to win tonight anyway.
Do you go back to him if he wins tonight on a back-to-back? It's unconventional, but hot hand.
Yeah. If whoever wins tonight, to me, plays tomorrow.
Plays Tuesday night.
Yeah.
I said Reimer.
That's a no-brainer to me.
I think so, too. I said Reimer. He said Lyon. The thought, though, is...
Yeah, whoever wins tonight.
Flip a coin. It's not like this. We've been critical of Lalone for a lot this year. I don't know that you could beat him up for picking one or the other tonight. It's not like either of them has really done that well.
No, if whoever he picks plays poorly, it's going to be his fault anyway. So you know how that works.
Yeah, no kidding.
Do you think they ultimately get in? What's your Monday morning prediction?
Usually I am Mr. Negative. I think they get in.
Yes.
Because I think Boston wins tonight. Because Boston has something to play for. I mean, seeding, President's Trophy, I believe, is still in play for them.
Mm-hmm.
I think they'd much rather play the Red Wings in the first round than play, I don't know, the Islanders, whoever would be Tampa, which would be the first wild card team, right?
Yep.
And that's the way it works.
Yep. So you want to climb the ladder?
Yes. So I think Boston, they went into Pittsburgh and won Saturday. I think they do it again in the nation's capital tonight.
Come on, Bruins. Come on.
I know.
What do you guys got coming up?
Well, we have, of course, the champ and the chump, and I have a very unconventional champ. The chump is...
I think your chump is a little unconventional, too, if it's what you said out there.
Yes, it is.
Is this unconventional Monday for you then?
Yes.
I mean,
Yeah,
it was unconventionally going with Reimer and the back-to-back, and now we're doing the unconventional champ and chump.
Exactly. Well, what isn't unconventional is, unfortunately, is the Tigers' offense. If they wouldn't have won yesterday, I was ready to go bananas. But thankfully, I'm sedate.
Sedate.
So that's okay.
Well, because Javier Baez saved the day.
He actually did in a weird way. And I know you guys played it too. We will too. Javi's comments, which I thought were fine. I mean,
about the booing?
Yeah.
I don't have a problem with people booing. No. I don't have for him to sit there and say it doesn't affect him, I believe it. I don't think it affects him.
No.
Well, but wait, hold on. You say it
my
doesn't
guy over
affect
here
you, and
wants to encourage the booing.
What he said, I think he drew a good line. As long as you're not doing profanity,
Exactly.
it's all well and good.
Yeah,
but
absolutely.
when he says it doesn't affect him, but he's had run-ins with fans who boo him before, gesturing to the crowd with the Mets, gesturing to the crowd in Chicago.
But he's had fun with it, though.
That's fine.
Right.
And he did that even after the home run yesterday. Take a look at the celebration.
Yeah.
Oh, come on. It does affect him.
Mm-hmm.
He hears it. He's aware of it. He acknowledges it. So I don't believe him when he says it doesn't affect him.
Keep this in mind, too. I mean, though he's been in this country for a while, I always get nervous that there's something that's lost in translation sometimes. I think you really have to spell it out about what does it affect him. I don't think the booing affects.
I think he likes proving people wrong, though. That's human nature.
Yeah. I think, but when you ask does it affect him, I think the connotation is in a negative way.
Oh, yeah, I get what you're saying.
You know what I mean?
That's a fair point. He doesn't want to indicate my
like
play is dependent on whether or not. Yeah.
Yeah, or am I not, down in the dumps by it? I mean, does it affect me? Yeah, I can turn a negative into a positive and I go out there and do what I can do. But yeah, it's interesting.
Stoney's right, though. If they lose that game, they don't come back. They lose 3 of 4 to the Twins, an injured Twins team.
Oh, I know. Everything's shaping up for them.
And they were in a lull in that Sunday game up until the very end. Oh, the narrative's very different.
Saturday was just they couldn't score in the first game. Yeah,
but that's the importance of scratching out wins. I know how hard they're going to be to come by, and you celebrate that.
Great, yeah, we could go down that road, but they won.
Exactly.
But they did. They did come back.
That's why it was so significant. They avoided all the relishing and negativity, as certain quarterbacks would acknowledge.
How about Zach McKinstry? I mean, you let that ball go through your legs, and then AJ says, "You get to finish it."
I know.
Out.
That was
7
probably
runs on one hit.
Yeah,
7 runs on one hit.
That was probably their worst fielding mistake they've made all year because defensively they've
defensively they've been very good. They've given them chances to be in games, to go into extra innings, and that's the first time that they've lost an extra.
There's no doubt that's the worst mistake they've made.
I've heard the McKinstry, what he did is now referred to as the reverse Ohtani.
Oh.
When you make a blunder and then go to the mound and make another blunder.
Right, as opposed to hitting a 3-run homer and then pitching the rest of the complete game or whatever. Yeah.
The McKinstry.
So you guys have Tigers. You're going to hit on some wings.
There's wings. There's
and
there's
Gator
Masters.
went and saw a band over the weekend.
I did. I went to another show on Friday night. Mm-hmm. Had mixed reviews from people, but we'll get into that a little bit later.
Fun show coming.
Plus,
Carson Anderson.
Champ and Chump.
Yeah, Champ and Chump on. Stoney says he's got an unconventional.
I'm looking for it. I have not heard it.
10:30.
We do Champ and Chump. We do ours at 10:35.
The people send them in all
people
show
get
long.
in right away.
Beautiful.
Carson Anderson with Stoney. It's 97.1.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome to a fabulous Monday. Beautiful outside. The birds are chirping. People are out there walking their dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Red Wing fans are happier. They're relieved that they won the game Saturday night. That was fantastic. Tiger fans are happier. They were able to come back yesterday in a contest against the Minnesota Twins.
And Piston fans are happier because the season's over.
Thank God. It's all done.
Yeah.
Golfers are happy because they can go out and golf because the weather's fantastic.
Yes.
Just all the food groups out there, and football fans are always happy because we're a week and a half away from the draft.
I know.
This is crazy. And we do have some, in a way, it's fresh Mel that we'll reveal coming up. We'll do maybe in the 11 o'clock.
It's fresh Mel with real bits of Yates.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Exactly.
It's an interesting mock that we'll get into probably in the 11 o'clock hour. But Stoney, you heard him laughing in the background. It is Stoney. He is in for Doug today. Doug will be back in tomorrow's program. Of course, we got some shorter shows this week because of the baseballs. And
oh, that's right. How many short shows do you have?
I'm not sure. It might be 3 in a row. It's 3 in a row. But
they play Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday afternoon?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, and their noon starts in Texas, so 1 o'clock games here. So that's happening. And, frankly, I'm a little nervous about what's happening here. The Rangers aren't playing great baseball right now, but we know that the Rangers are dangerous. Their lineup is fantastic.
Yeah, they won the World Series last year.
So I think they're 8-8, but that's a team that is going to give the Tigers pitching a test. We'll see how good the Tigers pitching really is.
Over-under on how many home runs Wyatt Langford hits and over-under on how many texts this station will get saying they should have drafted Wyatt Langford instead of Max Clark.
Well, I mean, those people they're not out there as much as I thought they'd be. They're out there.
They're out there.
Max Clark is starting to hit a little bit now in Lakeland the last few games.
Did you see his cleats he had on yesterday?
I did not.
They said shouldn't have been picked. One said bust.
Oh, he's using that as motivation?
Yes.
Chip on his shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm down with that. I think that's fine. Whatever you got to use it. That's good. Looking forward to seeing him matriculate. But, I mean, look, everything that happened over the weekend, there's a lot that happened over the weekend. There's a lot, like mentioned before. I went to a show on Friday night. We'll get to that later on the show. It is Monday, which means champ and chump. Mm-hmm. So please, flood the phones, flood the texts, 248-539-9797. Who had a champ-worthy weekend, who had a chump-worthy weekend. It actually goes in the whole week is how it works. And have your voice heard. And we will reveal ours coming up at 10:35. And apparently, Stoney's champ is a little unconventional. So I'm looking forward to hearing what Stoney's champ and chump are coming up at 10:35. But as we said, you folks can sound off on it right away at 248-539-9797. All right, why don't we start with the Tigers?
Okay. Why don't we start with the Tigers?
All right, so they get the win yesterday after losing the doubleheader on Saturday, which was disappointing. Friday, get the W. Okay, take the win, and then you'll take the split against the Minnesota Twins. Nothing wrong with splitting against the Twins.
No. But Saturday, they're up 3-2, and then Miller gives up his first home run. And then they have what?
It's going to happen.
Two chances.
Well,
at first and second, nobody out, and they couldn't do anything.
It's it can be frustrating, but then you follow up with what happened yesterday, and it kind of balances each other out, right? The Tigers were down 3-0 going into the 8th inning, and then Javier Baez hits the home run to make it 3-1, and they have 5 straight hits in the game, and Torkelson with the base hit to right with the infield in was. When I'm watching the game at home, I'm screaming at the TV saying, "Don't do too much. You literally just have to punch it,
right? And
it's going to be a base
or
hit.
A sacrifice fly,
right? Oh yeah, because there were just one out. So, but I was thinking, just punch it out there because there's playing so far in. A check swing is going to get it past the infield, and lo and behold, there goes Torque leaning across and knocks one over the second baseman's head in a shallow left field for the go-ahead run. Ends up being the winning run. Jason Foley shutting things down in the 9th inning, albeit a little nervous with a couple guys on base and a hard hit ball up the middle.
Yeah.
But fortunately, Colt Keith right there makes the play, and the Tigers win. And they are now 9-6 on the season, just a game back of the leaders in the division.
And now heading to Texas, the first of 4 straight games in Texas begins tonight. They play a night game tonight, and then it's 3 straight day games against Texas and a high-powered offense. So very much looking forward to it. But a lot of what happened yesterday in a discussion about what's going on with the Tigers right now, and you can go anywhere you want with it. But I think when Javi Baez hits the home run in the 8th inning, and there's a sense of relief, I think, from a lot of people, but probably none bigger than Javi Baez for knocking it out of the park. And if you had a Javi Baez home run before Spencer Torkelson, congratulations, you won. But he rounds the bases, comes home, and kind of does the, like puts the hand to the ear a little bit gesture to hear the crowd, whether he was encouraging cheers or if he was welcoming the boos, whatever, because Javi has obviously been I wouldn't even say polarizing figure. I think it's quite in favor of one side, where the fans do not like Javi Baez because of the contract he signed and the lack of production you get for that contract. If he weren't signed to this multi-year deal, making well over $20 million a year, he wouldn't be on this team.
No.
They would have waived him a long time ago, cut him a long time ago, but that's not the case. They're trying to find some value out of him, and he does have some value as a player in Major League Baseball at this point because he can still play defense.
Right. Unfortunately, there's not a position in baseball called designated fielder.
No, there is not. There is not. It's all about hitting, and he finally got that home run. And it was big because it sparked the team, and they end up winning. It's not the first time this year that he has done something at the plate that sparks the team and gets them to victory. I can think of at least one other time that Javi is kind of directly responsible for this team winning. It was early in the season, maybe the first game in the season, maybe. We had the home run, the stolen, or the base hit, the stolen base, and they manufactured the run, and he came around and scored, and they won. But he is a figure that people are very upset with and very disappointed in, to say the least. And people voice their displeasure by saying things to the player, whether it's just booing or it's cussing. There's a line that can be drawn there. He spoke about it after the game, and we're gonna get to those comments coming up in about 5 minutes here, because we want to replay them for people that didn't hear him in the previous show. We know it's a whole different audience.
I just want to point something out. We were wrong. The Tigers are home for 4 games. The Rangers are here. They're not going to Texas.
Why do I think the
I don't know. But I just wanted to make sure if people thought they had tickets for tonight's game, they don't have to book a flight to Dallas.
Well, that's why they're 1 o'clock games. Why did I think they were all in Texas?
I don't know.
Even better, I guess, although Wednesday is supposed to rain.
Gee, what else is new?
Fair. Well, I'm glad
you
know
who's pitching for Texas tonight?
I do not.
Michael Lorenzen.
Oh, that's right. I did know that, actually. Yeah, no, they're home against Texas. Why didn't you know that? Geez, Stoney, you're way off. Anywho, I'm glad we got to that before the break, because we know what happens.
Yes.
Nothing but the flooded with text. And boy, do I feel stupid right now, but it's not the first. It won't be the last. These things happen.
I make mistakes all the time.
It's okay. Yeah. But we want to get to Javi's comments and see what the people think about what Javi had to say. Does he have validity in what he has to say? And do you believe it? Are you still upset? Do you disagree with him? We'll get to that coming up next. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. You want to call in, you want to take a text, either way, you will get to that. And, of course, it's Champ and Chump. On Mondays, your Champ and Chump votes coming in right here on 97.1 The Ticket. is for great news? I just got this email.
Yeah?
The National Polish American Sports Hall of Fame is proud to announce that Ken Cal, longtime radio play-by-play voice of the Detroit Red Wings on flagship station WXYT 97.1, is the 2024 recipient of the organization's Tony Kubek Media Award. Way to go, Cal.
Yes.
Love Cal.
Absolutely.
So
and I always vote in that every year.
Yeah, I get the...
And I voted for Ivan Putski every year, and he
man.
can't make the cut. I don't understand it.
Polish power, the Polish hammer.
The lack of respect for
From
one of the
Krakow.
greats of the square circle.
He was.
Yes.
Ivan Putski was great in the 70s and into the 80s a little bit. But yeah, I loved Ivan Putski.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
What a physique that guy had. He was like 5'6", but man, he was jacked. Anyway, congratulations to Cal. Cal would appreciate the Putski stuff, though.
Yes.
Because Cal's a wrestling guy, too, from back in the day. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Okay, so let's get to the exchange of what happened after the game yesterday in the Tigers clubhouse. And when I say exchange, it sounds like it's an altercation. It wasn't that at all. It's just the question asked from our own reporter, Jeff Rieger, which shouldn't surprise anybody.
No.
Talking to Javi after the game. Javi hits the home run, but yet he's still feeling it from the crowd a little bit. Here's what went down yesterday between, not between, again, I'm building this up like there's a fight. It's not. This is Rieger talking with Javi Baez. So there you have Javi Baez talking about, his reaction to being booed by the Tiger fans this year and other things that go on there. And Stoney, I got to tell you, I can't disagree with anything that he had to say. To play with the boos, he gets it, he understands, and it's okay. But when the boos turn to using unsavory language and when you've got family members out there, I get, and it's not just Javi. Every athlete has said pretty much the same thing, that fans can cross a line. Fans can go ahead and boo all they want, but don't cross a line with it.
As someone who grew up in the city of the boo, booing to me is great. I love booing. A lot of times now in this case, people do boo him because if he just couldn't hit but would hit the ball and ground out all the time or pop up, people wouldn't care as much. But it's the fact that he flails at pitches that normal human beings can't figure out why he's even swinging at. That leads to more booing. To me, a lot of times in booing, you're booing out of frustration. It's not necessarily all the time against one particular person. Now, this case, it is. And I think the fans have a damn good reason to boo Javi Baez. But he's right. No cursing, don't make it, personal and distasteful. There's nothing wrong with, after a strikeout, the ending inning, a bases loaded, guy strikes out, boo, you bum, boo. There's nothing wrong with that.
I guess it's just how I'm wired. I've never really booed a hometown guy. I have no issue with booing, the opposition. In fact, I encourage it. I've always said going into a game, I would never boo somebody right away until they gave me reason to boo during the game. Now, I get why people boo Javi Baez. It's not a season-long thing. It's been a 3-season-long thing. This is the third year, and he's still not producing, and I understand that given the contract, and I don't have a problem with people getting on his case for that. But again, I've always said I look at it as a game-by-game basis. I'm not going to do it until he gives me reason to. And frankly, if the reason is just because you think he makes too much money and he's not doing well enough, okay, but that doesn't bother. I mean, it bothers me because it's wasted money. But the effort is what matters to me, and he's putting forth the effort.
Yes, he is.
It's not like he's dogging it out there. He is trying. He's failing. He can't lay off the slider from a right-handed pitcher that goes away from him. He cannot lay off that pitch. It's really hard for him to do so. And that's frustrating because everyone knows it's coming.
Yes.
And he
knows it's coming.
Right, and he still can't do it. He hits the home run last night on a slider because it was from a left-hander. And it slides into him, and it was perfect right in the wheelhouse. But there were reasons to boo him last year with the base running errors. Right? That's a reason to get on somebody's case, okay? But if somebody's just going to, continue to strike out, if they had another player they could plug in right now for him, I think they would, but they don't because everybody they have in the organization is hurt right now, at least at the AAA level. They're hurt. They have two infielders that are out, the guys that would normally do it. Ryan Kreidler, who got sent down, everybody was upset about, well, he's out because he got hit on the hand. And then his backup, I forget who the backup is, but he's hurt right now too at AAA. So the Tigers have to go with what they have here, which is, a combination of players.
Well, can Perez play short?
Well, Perez has played. He's basically been an outfielder, second
McKinstry's
baseman.
Played, short.
It's going to be I think that's what they're going to end up going with, and occasionally, there'll be a bit of a platoon here.
Yeah.
But Javi is your best defensive guy, and right now defense matters for a team that, as a whole, can't hit. Right?
Oh, yeah.
It's not just
you
Javi.
think so? I got some wonderful stats about that.
So it's not just Javi that's not hitting. I mean, Torkelson has yet to hit a bomb. You've got all right. The whole starting lineup feels like they're hitting well, not the whole starting lineup, but most of the starting lineup is hitting less than 240.
Here we go. You ready?
Yep.
Batting average. If there's some people don't care about batting average, and that I respect that, but they're hitting 217, which is 29th out of 30 teams.
That's not good.
Their OPS is 618, which is 25th in the league. Their slugging percentage is 26th in the league with 330. Their home runs, they've hit 15, which is 29th in the league. I'm sure there is one or two. I cannot remember off the top of my head a Tiger home run that was not a solo home run. Maybe Riley
they
Green.
Had one the other day. It was
Kerry
Carpenter.
Carpenter's. Yeah. Kerry Carpenter's. Okay. However, I will give you one stat that you'll like as a Tiger fan.
About the offense?
Yeah.
Okay.
Their on-base percentage is 282, which is sixth in baseball.
282?
Yes.
Is sixth?
Is sixth.
Huh?
Yeah.
That can't be right.
I'll look at it again. But
team on-base percentage of 282, I think, is terrible.
I thought too. Unless they, for some reason, on this, I will re-look it up, but I'm almost positive because I noticed everything negative except that. And the one negative stat that I will give you, that is just, we sit here and discuss Javi Baez. How much rope does Parker Meadows get? I mean, he's a great fielder. He can run. Running on base, if you don't get on base, doesn't do much good. He's a good fielder. We know that. He's hitting .061. That's like worse than somebody's, blood alcohol content when they get pulled over.
No, it's terrible. By the way, Tigers are 25th in on-base percentage.
Okay.
288 on the year is 25th in baseball.
All right.
It's god-awful. I knew it was god-awful. It's okay. It's okay. It just further emphasizes your point how bad it's been. And yes, you're bringing up Parker Meadows. What do the Tigers need to do with him is a great question. We'll get to in a second as well. To your calls we go. 248-539-9797. Paul, you're next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Paul.
Great show. Thank you for taking my call. It's respect for the game. I take a lot of young kids to the game, and you don't want to hear that language. And I also heard the interview, which was a very good interview. I was kind of surprised the way he speaks very intelligently for the game and his players. What I don't like is, I don't know if you've noticed it, at the Pittsburgh game, as the Red Wings were leaving the ice, there was a fan right up against the glass giving the players the finger. That's just terrible. That's disrespect. And I think that we have to get back to pulling ourselves in and tell everybody it's just a game, for God's sakes. It's just a game. And I get very frustrated myself by talking because I've been rooting for the Lions for over 70 years, but it's just a game. And I think we have to get more respect for the players and for the other team too.
Yeah, and thanks for the call, Paul. Those are exceptions.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, it's a stupid thing to do, to go up and flip somebody off, I guess. It's a dumb thing to do. It's dumb if you're going to swear at a guy. But that's the exception. Not everybody's doing that. I think as a whole, as a society, we can show some more respect to our fellow man. That's why Doug says at the end of every show, treat each other with respect, because there's validity to that. But where Baez is concerned, I think he's got a pretty good grasp of what's going on, and I think he's got a good head above his shoulders regarding that. I think he's a healthy attitude about it. He knows what he's got to do. He's got to play better. And if he turns things around, this town will support him. They'll absolutely support him. But he's got such a long way to go before he turns things around, and he's not alone. Stoney mentioned Parker Meadows. We'll get into that. We'll get into some of the other issues with the Tigers. They begin the first of 4 games against the Texas Rangers right here at Comerica Park, beginning with the game tonight, which you'll hear later on. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Champ and Chump as well. Stoney and I will offer up our Champ and Chump coming up at 10:35 here on 97.1 The Ticket. Very curious in about 3 minutes to hear what your champ is. You're excited about the champ.
Yes, I am.
Seems to be unconventional, which we like the unconventional sometimes. Things that make us think.
Yes. Hopefully you don't know about it, which is even better.
That would be great if I didn't know about it. But you know, Stoney, I'm pretty all-knowing.
I know.
I know a lot of things.
Kang, what's the odds on him knowing or not knowing?
Oh, man. I feel like he should definitely know, but there's a chance he doesn't. I'm going to go 60-40 he knows.
Okay.
All right.
60-40 because of social media nowadays.
Yes.
Well, we'll see.
Okay, see, that's why I said 60-40. I didn't say like 90-10.
Not big on the social media over the weekend. I'm not a big social media guy on the weekend.
Okay.
Well, here we go.
All right, got some Chump votes coming in via text. Champ the Red Wings for giving me an exciting April game. Chump, Angel Hernandez, another horrendous game. All right, so I saw the videos of the 3 straight, which is Wyatt Langford of Texas that he struck out, the batter struck out. 3 straight pitches to a right-handed hitter that look like they're way outside the zone. Now, I say look like because I hate Angel Hernandez. Let me just get this out. I can't stand Angel Hernandez. I think he should be out of baseball. I think it's ridiculous he's still part of baseball. And yet, a couple of those pitches that I saw, I think it was the first 2.
They were borderline.
They were kind of borderline. Not only that, but the angle you're watching them from is a different angle that we're used to seeing like a Comerica Park. So instead of being a little bit to the right, it's a little bit to the left. And the pitch is coming from the right to the left. So I'm kind of willing to give him the benefit of the doubt that maybe it crosses the plate at some point and then catches the corner because it's going across the way from the batter. The third one, I think, is clearly out of the zone. But the first couple are there. And I was watching this video explanation. This guy's getting pissed about it. And he's like, look at it. Watch the frame job here of the catcher. See, even the catcher the catcher wasn't framing it to bring it back in.
Right.
He framed it up or down. He wasn't framing it back to the left. So I'm like, come on, man. I don't want to stop the momentum for people getting upset with Angel Hernandez because he deserves to be out of baseball.
Angel Hernandez has been bad for so long because I remember in a different radio life, Bobby Higginson just ripping him constantly.
Because he deserves it.
Yes.
And
but this is over 20
years.
Right. That's my point.
He's been awful for over 20 years. Champ, Scotty Scheffler for closing strong and walking into a green jacket. Chump, Justin Thomas for being 6 strokes ahead of the cut with 4 holes to go on Friday and choking it away. That's Travis in Georgia.
Wow.
It's golf, man.
I know.
That course will eat you up. Champ for Lundqvist, all class. Happy retirement.
Love the memes.
I haven't seen the memes.
Oh, there's one where it looks like, there's a picture where Tiger's like shaking his hand and there's a tree there. And it's like basically the meme saying, apologizing for the accident, the tree, apologizing to the Tiger. It was really, really funny.
Chump, Dylan Larkin haters. That's from Geyer. Yeah, I would agree with that. I think that hopefully it's a thing of the past now because Dylan Larkin shows that he's a leader of this team. And I'm a huge Dylan Larkin guy. All right, it's time now for our champ and chump. I will start with my champ.
Mm-hmm.
My champ, University of Denver hockey. They shut out Boston College to win their 10th national championship. It's the first team to 10 in the history of college hockey. They did it, and they did it with one of the Red Wing draft picks as a defenseman.
Shea Buim.
Yep.
Because he started off at Denver not playing well. Hopefully he's gotten a lot better. He was a second-round
really
pick. His brother's really good.
His brother's a freshman on this team who swore. They did the I watched the game last night. Actually, I rewatched it. And I was watching the interviews afterwards. And the woman who's doing the interviews had both of the brothers there. And she asked the younger one about how's it feel. And he goes, it feels effing awesome, man.
Wow.
And then he goes, I'm so sorry. And then continues on talking. So it was
and
it was great.
It's funny because their coach, I believe his last name is Carl.
Yeah.
I mentioned him as a guy I wanted the Red Wings to consider before they hired Lalone.
Well, he's had a lot of success at Denver.
Yes, he has.
And imagined that might get some interest from teams in the offseason.
Yes.
All right, your champ of the week.
My champ is former Piston Boban Marjanovic.
I love Boban.
Okay. What Boban did was just unbelievable. The Rockets were playing the Clippers. He now plays for the Rockets. The Clippers were his former team, too. And they were up 105-97. 5 minutes left to go in a meaningless game. Boban knew, because he played for the Clippers or was informed, that the Clippers do a promotion, free Chick-fil-A sandwiches for those in attendance if one of the opponents would miss 2 consecutive free throws. Ladies and gentlemen, here's the Houston Rockets call of Boban. You got to see the video. It wasn't even close.
Well, this is something I want to see.
So he didn't know, Stoney.
I know, that's right.
I should have done 90-10. I went only 60-40. He wouldn't know.
He didn't know. He didn't know. I saw it last night. And that's why I said, oh, my God.
I love it. He's pointing at himself. He's like, I got you.
I got this.
I got you. And not even close. Yeah. And holds his hand up. Chicken for all.
Yes.
Amazing.
Boban. My man.
Another
Bring
reason to
him
love
back.
Boban. I wish
Bring
they
him
would.
back. Rim protector.
I love that guy. That guy is so awesome.
I know.
I mean, not just for the chicken. I've always been a Boban fan. Hey, he was in John Wick 3.
And there's a chance, because, the rumor is, even though I don't want this, the Pistons will bring back Tobias Harris, a free agent. Him and Boban are like buddies from when they played here.
Well, then,
And then they played together. They were traded for Blake Griffin together. They're really good friends.
So let's go ahead and get a mid, and a bench guy.
I don't want Tobias Harris. But
No,
that's another story.
I just want this team to be good. Chump. My chump. It's the Red Wings for putting themselves in this situation. They needed to beat Washington and Pittsburgh last week. They couldn't do either, and now they need help to make the playoffs, even if they win out. I don't like jumping the Wings, but hey, if you're taking care of business in one of those games, particularly the Washington game, then we'd feel a lot better about the chances here.
Yes. My chump, also a little unconventional. My chump goes to CBS. CBS was promoting for weeks now something that I really was looking forward to seeing. Billy Joel's 100th concert at his residency in Madison Square Garden last night, scheduled to start at 9 o'clock. Now, because the Masters went a little long, they had some other show that they showed, Tracker, I think it was called. So the Billy Joel deal, the 2-hour Billy Joel thing, started at 9:30. Now, they promoted it as being live. I knew it wasn't. It was live on tape, basically. And in a 2-hour show, some songs are going to get cut and things like that. Okay, fine. And they went out of order because I checked the set list because I'm a schmuck. Okay. However, so I'm watching and it's getting to 11:30. It's almost the end of the show. And in the middle of Piano Man, of all songs, right? Probably Billy Joel's most famous song.
And the microphone smells like a beer. Yeah. Yeah, put bread in my jar. Man, what are you doing here?
Well, man, what are you doing? Channel 62 News Detroit, right in the middle.
Oh.
Right in the middle. And I thought, oh, my God, figures, but no, it wasn't here. It was everywhere. The CBS dumped Billy Joel a few minutes early in the middle of Piano Man.
In the middle of the night. Oh, there it goes.
He did that. He did that.
In the middle of Piano Man?
In the middle of Piano Man or towards the end, whatever. CBS, you should be ashamed of yourself.
I got to tell you, I love it. I do not like Billy Joel.
Really?
I used to like Billy Joel until I saw the special, a documentary about backup bands and how he totally screwed over his backup band that he had for years and then just
Well, I know him and his old drummer, Liberty DeVito, had a major falling out.
Well, the whole falling out with the whole band and went with a whole new crew. So the way I watched in the documentary was it was cold, like cold and completely unnecessary. And so I've always had it in for Billy Joel since then.
Okay.
And I didn't like the song Allentown, or We Didn't Start the Fire. So
Well, there's a few songs
but there were songs I used to love by Billy Joel.
Captain Jack and
I don't know that one, but
Captain Jack will get you high tonight.
No wonder Stoney loves it. Captain Jack will get you high tonight.
Yeah.
Or Captain Jack get you drunk tonight.
I am the entertainer. I mean, he's got some great songs.
Oh, yeah, sure. All the pre-80 stuff.
Yes.
Pre-82, I would say.
Yeah, I think Turnstiles, which was I think his second or third album, was his best album. But
once he
even
started-
better than Stranger.
Once you started hooking up with Christy Brinkley,
Yeah,
things
like
went,
I don't need to hear
downhill.
Uptown Girl.
No,
Like, they
no.
took that out. I didn't show that last time, which
Good.
was fine. Yeah.
All right.
Uptown Girl. You know. Goodbye.
So speaking of music,
Yes.
I went somewhere Friday night, and some people were creeped out by this, and I want to bring it to the audience to see how people feel about this, because it was actually a majority opinion of people I talked to that were creeped. They said that's creepy. We'll get to that coming up next year. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. Get those calls and texts in on the Champ and Chump for the week as we continue here. Stoney's in for Doug. This is Carson Anderson, 97.1 The Ticket. Got a little NFL tidbit we'll get to in just a minute. But I wanted to say this, and piggybacking off of, I did not know that about Billy Joel last night, that got preempted in the middle of his song that they just cut out to the 11 o'clock news because the golf went long and they got to air the entire episode of Tracker.
Yeah.
So they cut out Billy Joel. Which do you think got better ratings, Tracker or Billy Joel concert?
Probably Billy Joel, I would assume. Although Tracker was earlier, but then again, I've never seen Tracker. I saw what it's about, but
yeah. So I don't know, but we'll keep an eye on that. Also, it's going on right now. The Pistons players are doing their exit interviews with the media, not coaches or GMs or ownership, but the players are. So if anything happens today down in Detroit as they're talking to the media, we will let you know. Maybe have some Piston topics coming up later in the show, if not certainly later in the week here on the program. But anyway, I mentioned Friday night. So it was last week I went to two different shows. I saw the Pink Floyd tribute show on Thursday night at the Fox Theater. It was fantastic.
At the Fox, wow.
Yeah, it was fantastic. The light show was unbelievable, and it was the 30th anniversary of the Pulse tour that actually I went to at the Silverdome back in the day.
Oh.
And so that was kind of nostalgic for me. My brother and I went to that concert 30 years ago. So it was really good, and I thought that they sounded incredible. Nice mix of songs they played. The second set was basically playing the hits, and the first set was pretty much for diehard Pink Floyd fans. It was great. They sounded just like Floyd. It was great. The guitar player had the perfect tone, sounded just like David Gilmour. But they weren't trying to necessarily look like Pink Floyd. They sounded like Pink Floyd, and it was amazing. The next night, Friday night, my buddy Jody Rafool and his band were opening up for another band in Canada at the Coliseum, which is where they play at the Caesars. Casino. And I don't know what it is. It's like a 3,000 seat venue, 5,000 seat venue, whatever it is. Looked like it was pretty well sold out. But they were opening up for the band Voyage. Voyage is a Journey tribute band.
Okay.
So Don't Stop Believing, that whole thing, right?
Yes.
So.
By the way, I'd rather see Jody Rafool.
Well, that's what we were there to see. You know, Jody.
Yes.
Went to see Jody's band and my buddy Garrett playing lead guitar there, and Wes and Greasy and Adam, all the guys there. It was great, and I was glad to see those guys get a chance to play in front of a huge crowd like that. And it was a very large crowd, and they got to play pretty loud, and it was great. And they sounded awesome, as I would have expected, nothing less. So then during the intermission, went out, took a little break, and then came back in to watch Voyage and catch a couple of their songs. I knew we weren't going to stay long, but wanted to catch a few songs. I was there just to see Jody. And we sat down in our seats, and they start playing, and they sounded great. Like, they sounded exactly like Journey, note for note with the music. And then the singer, he sounded just like Steve Perry, the original lead singer from Journey. But here's where things got a little weird. Not only was the Journey tribute band there to sound like Journey, which they sounded exactly like Journey, but they were there to look like Journey. As much as you could for some of the guys, like the guitar player tried to look like Neil Schon. He had the leather jacket and, the dark hair and played the same black Gibson Les Paul that Neil Schon likes to play. But he can only do so much, that's because he's younger.
Right.
Another one of the band members had like ridiculously long hair that I think was his own, but I'm not sure. You never know if it was or wasn't. Maybe it wasn't. But the singer, the Steve Perry of the band, if you will, looked exactly like Steve Perry. Like if Steve Perry were in his 50s and he was going to sing today with the long hair, that's the long hair version of Steve Perry. I mean, looked exactly. From the hair to the nose to the 5 o'clock shadow, there was everything looked like Steve. The mannerisms on stage, the emotion when he sings and cocking the head to the side and the arms up in the air, the whole bit looked exactly like Steve Perry.
Well, you had me. I checked it out online to see what these band looked like, and the Steve Perry guy he looked identical. It was crazy.
Yeah. So I'm watching this, and we had, I don't know, what, the 15th row seats or something like that. They were pretty good. But they also had a couple of giant screens on either side of the stage, and they would do close-ups of the band. You could see them. And my friend looks at me, and she's like, oh, my God. He looks just like Steve Perry. I'm like, I know. Well, they're a tribute band. You know, this is, and she's like, she couldn't get over it. And she's like, that's creepy. I'm like, what? Well, they're a tribute band. What do you want? You know, it's no big. No, that's creepy. So after a few songs, we kind of had our fill of it, but we saw enough of it. It was great.
Mm-hmm.
We got up and met up with Jody and some members of the band afterwards, and we're talking to some friends of ours out there, and everybody had the same take. That's creepy. And I'm like, I'm the only one who didn't think it was creepy. I'm like, what do you mean? It's not creepy. I mean, no. He looks just like him, and they sound just like him. That's creepy. I'm like, what are you expecting? It's a tribute band.
Right.
Of course they're going to sound as much like them as they can, and it's fantastic that they do, because Journey's a great sounding band. But the fact that they looked like, I'm like, have you guys ever been to Vegas? Have you not seen an impersonator show?
Oh, I know.
It's exactly what it was.
I've seen as a band, it's called Bruce in the USA. They've played the Magic Bag in a few places. I've seen them a couple of times. And the guy, I mean, the mannerisms, the voice, it's like identical to Springsteen, although he's about 30 pounds, 40 pounds heavier. I showed you his face is, whatever. But, they go through the whole theatrics. They have a black saxophone player, and the guitar player has a bandana, I get all that. What amazes me is how people, and it's kind of weird. I'm being hypocritical because I don't understand how, like some like comedians, for example. I mean, how can you not think this guy's funny, but you like Gallagher, okay,
right,
or whatever, So it's the same. The music, it's all subjective.
Yeah, it is.
But why people get so offended if somebody's going to go see a tribute band? We realize they're not true. We know. I know I'm not seeing Bruce Springsteen. You knew you were not seeing Journey.
Yeah.
I mean, it's obviously this might be a bad analogy. When you see Queen with Adam Lambert, obviously it's not the same.
It's not the
thing.
same with
Freddie's
Freddie Mercury,
dead.
right? Yeah, but the band still plays on,
right?
The other members of the band are there, and you're going to do that. I agree with you. And I love cover songs. I love when bands play other people's music. I freaking love it.
Yes, so do I.
I saw Tesla about a month ago, and they played a couple of cover songs in their set. And they've released albums of nothing but cover songs.
Oh, yeah.
Metallica does cover songs. I love it when bands do. In fact, I just saw a video of last week of Metallica doing Elton John's Funeral for a Friend. It was incredible. And Elton John's in the audience. He's rocking out with them, like encouraging them. I love that stuff.
So do I.
It's to go out and see a band do that and like specifically do a tribute for the band's entire library. I mean, if you don't want to go, don't go. Right? But the people that go generally like it. But everybody that was there on Friday night was there that I was talking to. They went to see the opening act, not to see the Journey. So I'm guessing they probably wouldn't want to see a tribute band.
As long as they're good. I mean, look, I've seen bad tribute bands too, and that's painful.
Yes. Yeah, it can be. It can be. But just, curious what people might think. 248-539-9797. I was blown away by how much they sounded like Journey. Like note for note, this guy playing guitar just sounded like Neil Schon. It was pretty great.
Like you guys, in Vegas, they have a lot of those shows, right?
Yeah, the impersonator shows. Yeah.
Michael Jackson. They always try to look as much as Michael Jackson as they possibly can. Like no one goes up there and just sings Michael Jackson songs. They actually have to, even if they don't remotely look like him, they try to. Right? It's always the glove, whatever.
When there's a movie about Abraham Lincoln, Daniel Day-Lewis looked like Abraham Lincoln. It's the same type of thing,
Denzel Washington is Abraham Lincoln.
But
Doug liked that version of it.
Yeah, right, Doug.
Who played Abe Lincoln? Was it Denzel Washington? Right again, Doug.
Yes. Correct.
Doug's answer to any kind of question about what actor was this? He's always Denzel Washington. First time I went to Vegas in the 90s, we were staying at the Imperial Palace, which I don't know if it's still there or not. The IP.
They had a very underrated steak restaurant there, by the way.
I'll trust you on that. But my first trip to Vegas was we stayed at the IP, and the IP had a legend show. It was an impersonator show, and they had like 6 different impersonators. One of them was a Elvis impersonator, because you can't throw a stick out in the crowd without seeing an Elvis impersonator in Vegas. But this guy was famous for having something like 12 surgeries to physically look like Elvis.
And now that's too much.
Now that's a bit much. Yeah, exactly. When you're going through under the knife, but that's what this guy's profession is. Like, he was going to make his living strictly as an Elvis impersonator. It was crazy. Anyway, 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Your thoughts on the tribute band thing. We talked about the Tigers in the first hour. Javier Baez and his comments. He doesn't necessarily have a problem with fans booing. Just don't go crossing the line and start swearing and cussing. The Tigers get first to 4 against the Rangers tonight. We'll talk some Red Wings coming up as well. And I mentioned we got some NFL news, and we always ask the question, how does that affect the Detroit Lions? We'll explain next year. 97.1, The Ticket.
Brought to you by Hamilton Chevrolet. It all comes down to this for the Red Wings in a month full of must-wins. This is the most must-win they've had yet. Tied in the standings with Washington and Philly, Detroit cannot afford to lose in regulation or their playoff chances will be at 0. Here's Captain Dylan Larkin on their home and home. Yeah, the Canadiens are last in the Atlantic and only have one win in their last 6 games. Detroit and Montreal will play at Little Caesars Arena tonight and up in Quebec tomorrow. Tonight is a 6:45 pregame with the action over on WWJ. Also, Alex Lyon was the starter in the starter's net for this morning's skate, so he will start tonight. Pistons players are cleaning out their lockers, wrapping up a forgettable season. 6 months and 68 losses after the start. They'll be home for the postseason for a 5th straight year. They are guaranteed yet another top 5 pick with the best odds possible for number 1 overall. A familiar face will be on the mound against the Tigers tonight. Michael Lorenzen will debut for the Rangers as their 4-game series gets going at Comerica Park. Reese Olson will start for Detroit after the Tigers went 2-2 against the Twins over this past weekend. A 6:40 first pitch by Reese, the call right here on 97.1. And 500-plus runners from Michigan are racing in Beantown today as the Boston Marathon is underway out east. Shout out to Mark Baumann of Flushing, who's running in his 55th consecutive year in the event. From the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Chris Villar. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket and Odyssey.com.
Thank you, Chris Villar. By the way, speaking of the Boston Marathon, Michigan State basketball SID, Mike Mex Carey is running as well, so hopefully he does well.
Really?
Yep.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's the basketball SID?
Yeah.
Not Matt Larson?
No, Matt's above him.
Oh, he's probably now an associate athletic director.
Yes, exactly.
That's a great guy.
Do you ever go to the Boston Marathon at all? Or you care about it? I didn't even ask because you and I aren't running it.
No, I'm not running anything. And I can't think of a worse way to spend a day than to watch other people run.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's a sight to behold for a little bit.
Okay.
For like an hour, maybe.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Is it?
Yeah.
I went years ago to watch. A friend of mine ran a half marathon. And I went to cheer her on as she was getting towards the finish line. That was about it.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, I think it's today's date, April 15th, tax day, as we know, where my best friend, whose birthday is today, he was in law school in Boston. So me and a friend, we went to see the marathon. We saw like this, a little bit of the marathon when they ran through this. Whatever. We didn't go up to the suburbs where it starts. We saw some of it. Then we went to the Red Sox game. Patriots Day. It starts at noon, and then Hearns Hagler closed circuit. Boston Garden.
Wow.
Now there were the three best places to watch Hearns Hagler. I think were probably live in Vegas.
Yeah.
Joe Louis Arena with the Hearns crowd, or Boston Garden with the Hagler crowd. And it was just a great day.
Yeah.
And it was a great 3 rounds of boxing.
I was going to say, even though the fight did not last long, nobody was complaining about the action in that fight. It was an amazing fight. We got some ticket texts coming in. Anthony Mailtruck as champ is Scotty Scheffler. He's on the verge of being on a real hot streak. Chump, the Pistons. Don't really have much to say about them. They're disappointed this year. Yes, they did. Somebody says, you must have been at the Emerald. My friend's Cars band opened up for them. I know there was another Journey tribute band the same weekend. It was playing at the Emerald Theater in Mount Clemens.
Oh, really?
I went and saw the one in Canada, but I'm guessing the other one was pretty good. He said the tribute band thing is pretty cool. I play in a Sex Pistols tribute band. That's from Matt.
Wow.
Yeah, I had friends of mine that did a show, did a couple shows in Detroit and did some shows in L.A. as the Damones. Because the Ramones tribute band, but they called them Damone because from Fast Times at Ridgemont High.
Yes.
So they all dressed up like Damone and played played
Did they have the scalp tickets to get in?
Yeah, there was a whole bit. There was there was a theatrical aspect of it when it played here in Royal Oak. I was actually part of it because I went to high school with a bunch of those guys. You know who else sounds like Journey? Journey. Why do they need a tribute band if they're still playing Comerica Park this summer? John in Lake Orion. Well, John, a couple things. Steve Perry doesn't sing with Journey anymore. So there's that. So it's a little different.
Mm-hmm.
And second of all, it's going to cost a lot of money to go see the show at Comerica Park, and you're going to be there among 50,000 people, whatever it is. And maybe I'll go, maybe I won't. But to see and hear the sounds of the band in a smaller setting.
In actual South Detroit. Right?
In actual
Windsor,
South
South
Detroit.
Detroit.
Yeah, way to go. Well played, Stoney. In actual South Detroit. That's why. Hey, I'd love to see Pink Floyd play, but David Gilmour, Roger Waters don't get along.
No.
So they don't do that. So we're not going to see that anymore. And as you mentioned, you go see Queen with Adam Lambert. I mean, it's not the same thing as Freddie
but it's
Mercury.
still Brian May and
Right. In fact, I gone 10 years ago or whatever it was when Paul Rogers was singing for him. Actually, I would have loved to have seen that because I'm a huge Paul Rogers fan, but that's beside the point.
look, when you see the Stones, I mean, Bill Wyman doesn't play anymore. Charlie Watts has passed away.
Right, you're there to see Keith and Mick and Ron Wood.
Yes.
Not Rod Wood, but Ron Wood.
Ron Wood with the cigarette in his mouth.
It'd be funny if there's like a press conference and people start asking Ron Wood Lions questions. Can you tell us about the uniforms, Rod? Well, I don't really know what the Lions are going to do, but if you want to hear,
I could tell you the Grays, we don't like them.
No, we don't.
No.
But we're gonna play Start Me Up.
Yes. And we like their kits.
I saw a Petty knockoff band. You can't see them anymore, obviously, but it was creepy how dead nuts on they were exactly like Tom Petty. This is kind of like why I like to see these bands. See how good it can be. I mean, isn't it great when you hear it?
Yes.
If you have any friend that's in a band and they play their stuff and then they decide to play a cover song and it sounds just like it, isn't it great?
And if you're at a bar where people are, dance a little bit or whatever, chances are those are the songs people will get up and move to, not their own stuff.
Exactly.
Because it's all familiarity.
There was a tribute band that played Sterling Fest in Sterling Heights a few years back called Fleetwood Dreams, obviously a Fleetwood Mac tribute band. They were unreal. The girls sounded exactly like Stevie Nicks and Christy McVie. That's from Paul and Shelby.
Gator, would you have been okay with that?
I'm fine with it. I like Fleetwood Mac. I like all Fleetwood Mac.
Even Dreams.
Yes, I like Dreams. This is King. You're pandering. You're pandering. This is just.
I love Dreams. It came. It's brand new, right? It just came out like 5 years ago, wasn't it?
I know, King. It did not come out 5 years ago. The song is it's probably 40 years old, but that's okay. I know you're a big fan of that meme that came out with the dude on. Was he on a skateboard?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And
he didn't discover him?
No, King. No, that's the resurgent. King loved this. He's like, have you heard this song? It's a great song. Like, yeah, it was great in like 1983 or whenever it was released. Yes, I got it.
Put you in a good mood, man.
No,
Just
it's fine.
And Stevie can still sing. She's still pretty damn good.
Yeah, she still gets that vibrato. I like all Pink Floyd, all Fleetwood Mac, going back to the Peter Green Fleetwood Mac days. Which, by the way, the song "Oh Well," which was covered by the Detroit band The Rockets, and became a hit. My brother-in-law is the lead singer for Crazy Babies. It's an Ozzy Osbourne tribute band. Great band. They competed on Jimmy Fallon's Battle of the Bands. That's from Stacey and Commerce. I'd like to see. I've heard of Crazy Babies. I haven't seen it. Crazy Babies is actually a song by Ozzy from the first album that Zakk Wylde played on, if I'm not mistaken. Champ and Chump votes. Champ, Alex Pereira for knocking out Jamil Hill in the first round. Chump is Gator for going and seeing another Pink Floyd.
Hold on a second. Who's Alex Pereira? UFC guy?
UFC.
And he fought Jamel Hill?
Jamal Hill.
Jamal Hill.
Did I say Jamel?
Well, I didn't know the difference, so yes.
Oh.
Or maybe you did.
Former writer.
I know.
And
That's
female.
Yes.
I understand what Stoney's thinking, though, with all these, celebrity death matches we're getting going on. Who knows? We got Jake Paul versus Mike Tyson. For
how did I miss that? I followed Jamel on Twitter.
Chump is Gator for going and seeing anything Pink Floyd. Worst band ever, Dawn in Garden City. All right, hot shot.
Yeah.
Shots fired.
I'm not a Pink Floyd fan either, but it's subjective.
Yeah, the music is completely subjective. But all right, hot shot. Yeah, one of the greatest selling bands of all time. Had an album that was like
how long was Dark Side of the Moon on the list?
Like 40 years. It was on the top 200 or whatever. But you're good. You're good. It's a good take that you had there. Mm-hmm. Good one. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your Champ and Chump votes. All right, we'll get into this NFL signing and how it affects the Lions. And when are the Lions going to do their signings? Because they have to. It's got to happen. When? You'd think soon. Everybody's signing now. Now's a good time.
Yeah.
The longer you wait, I feel like the more the price is going to go up. We'll discuss it next year. 97.1, The Ticket. Couple more quick champ and chump votes from Windsor J.O. Boban.
Yes.
Man of the people. Got to be the champ.
Damn right.
From Big D Dog. This is on Twitch. Champ Boban. Chump McKinstry for his brutal 12th inning on Saturday.
That was pretty lame.
They
called it what somebody was telling me. I think it was Costa mentioned.
Yeah.
The reverse Ohtani.
Yeah. Ohtani usually does something really good at the plate and on the mound.
Uh-huh.
Not so much for McKinstry, and that was a bad day, but it's okay. It's going to happen. Error led to a bunch of runs. There were 7 runs scored on 1 hit in the 12th inning on Saturday. And then McKinstry has to go in and mop up duty and pitch. I mean, what are you doing? It's not his fault.
By the way, did you think any of the Tigers' hits yesterday that, in the rally when they won should have been scored errors?
Yes.
Yeah. Whatever happened to official scoring?
I'm okay with it, but if it helps our home team or whatever. But because who hit the smasher to Willie Castro that he booted?
Was that Kana? I don't know. I don't remember exactly.
That one I thought should have been an error. Because Kana had the double down the line that the third baseman missed. Right. I thought that was hit really hard. That's a tough play to make. Takes kind of a weird hop.
Yeah.
So I'm okay with that. But there were plays over throughout the weekend.
Yeah.
Well, that wasn't just the game yesterday.
I know.
There's some friendly scoring going on, but that's okay. Listen, you can download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY, the Odyssey app, and you can listen to the show anywhere in the country. It's great. There's a 24-hour app. You can rewind on it, the rewind feature, and hear stuff that was said within the last 24 hours. So if you wanted to hear what the crosstalk was like with the guys in the morning show, where Costa was mentioning the reverse Ohtani, you can hear that. We also stream the show with live video on twitch.tv and YouTube. Just search 97 The Ticket. And
Hello,
see that.
everyone.
Got some cameras in here, and we do appreciate all the folks that check in online, whether it's the Odyssey app or Twitch or YouTube. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. All right, I mentioned this in the NFL. Announced in the last hour that the Eagles have agreed to a contract extension with Devontae Smith, the wide receiver. What they did was they picked up his 5th year, and that's the 5th year at $15.59 million. And then on top of that, they've added a 3-year extension worth $75 million. So effectively $25 million a year for the extension. The guaranteed money, according to Adam Schefter, is $51 million guaranteed. Now, we bring this up because obviously the Detroit Lions have a wide receiver in Amon-Ra St. Brown who is due for an extension. He's entering his final year of the contract, 4th year of the contract, and he's going to get paid.
Yeah.
All these other receivers are out there getting paid $25 million a year. It's going to be north of $25 million a year for Amon-Ra St. Brown. The question is, how much north of 25 is it going to be? So is this kind of a baseline with Devontae Smith getting 25? Because Amon-Ra's been more productive in his 3 seasons.
True.
Than Devontae Smith.
Yeah. Devontae Smith also has the help, if you want to use that word, of A.J. Brown. St. Brown is obviously the Lions' number 1 receiver. Devontae Smith is not in Philadelphia.
He's the number 2 receiver there. Yeah. So the number 2 receiver is getting $25 million a year. So you would have to think that the Lions offer is going to have to be north of $25 million a year. They're not picking up a 5th year to make it a 4-year deal like the Philadelphia Eagles did, because that's obviously not in the cards. So we're probably thinking it's going to be a 4-year extension. But the fact is, the Lions still, here it is, April 15th, still have not made any movement on the players that need to be extended, whether it's Amon-Ra St. Brown or Jared Goff or Taylor Decker or Aleem McNeil. These are all guys that are going into the last year of their contracts, the last year of their deals. Maybe the writing's on the wall about Taylor Decker, that this might be the last year. If he's going to come back, that it's going to be for far less than what a starting left tackle in the National Football League would get. That's just the way I read into it. I think it's interesting that Aleem McNeil's name is never brought up, and yet is he vitally important to the Lions defense? I feel like he is.
Yeah.
And with all these defensive tackles getting paid, you'd think that Lee McNeil is going to be in for a monster payday at the end of the season if they're not going to extend him.
The one thing we don't know about the Brad Holmes regime, unless I'm forgetting somebody, is they really haven't done any major extensions yet because they haven't really had to. I mean, there was a chance they could have extended DeAndre Swift and opted not to, right?
Did they extend Ragnow, or was that the previous regime that did that? I forget.
I think it was them. I don't
May have
remember.
been them.
Yeah,
But
so
the point
there's
is,
one. But this is what
these are big extensions
And
that
they-
are coming up because all these players that I've mentioned are going to be well north of, I think, north of 20 million. I think
And-
even Lee McNeil gets more than 20 million.
And this is what really good organizations do is they take a chance. If you want to take a chance, make these extensions now. Yeah, there's a chance a guy gets hurt, so you end up, looking like an idiot. But you know what? You don't have contentious players on your team. Look what's going on in Dallas. I mean, CeeDee Lamb. I mean, you never know
It's
what
a mess. There's
Minnesota.
rumors that Micah Parsons that they may part ways with him. They still haven't re-signed or given an extension to Dak Prescott, and as you mentioned, CeeDee Lamb. That's three
Minnesota.
guys that are big
Minnesota
players.
hasn't re-upped Justin Jefferson yet for his extension. I mean, that should be coming up soon, right?
Well, yeah, and I think Justin Jefferson may be slow playing because he wants to see what they're going to do with the quarterback situation.
Yeah.
So, and that's a big piece, right? Because the Vikings did a lot of movement with the Vikings in the offseason. Some of it good, some of it not so good. They lost their quarterback. He went to Atlanta, and then they lost their defensive end. He went down to Houston.
Mm-hmm.
So Danielle Hunter and Kirk Cousins, respectively. It's interesting what happens there. They've added some players too.
Aaron Jones
that should help them out. Yeah. But the landscape, specifically of the NFC North division, is what we care about. And how does this affect this division? And I still am concerned that they haven't gotten any of these extensions done. And it's a week and a half before the draft.
Yeah, I would think something has to happen before the draft, at least with some of them. And who knows? Maybe they're doing the right thing and the players holding out the deal as well.
Well, the comments from Jared Goff that he had in his podcast that he did with those guys, he said he wants to play here, wants to be here for a long time. And
kind of intimated that he will be.
Yeah, but at the same time, they haven't signed the extension yet. And then he made there was a question that had nothing to do about him signing here long term. And he brings up, talking about Ben Johnson and how rare it is that, they have a guy that wants to take less money to stick around. Ben Johnson could be a head coach somewhere making $8 million a year or whatever, but he's deciding to stay here to be the offensive coordinator. So he's like, for him, it's not about the money, but you got to have to pay people what they're worth. And while he's saying that, can't help but think, is he talking directly to Brad Holmes about what he is worth? Because Jared Goff's going to be worth a lot. And somebody from ESPN, I think over the weekend, had it out there in one of their reports, their updates. It said, he's looking at a contract extension that's going to get him between $45 and $50 million a year, which we've all been saying. The number is $50 million. Can you get him below that? Probably not.
I think they can get him a little below that, 47, 48.
Well, I think it's clear that Jared Goff has a limit or a ceiling that people would want to reach on him, right? Whether it's right around 50, whether it's right below 50, whatever. I think with Goff, with fans and media, I think everyone's like, all right, this is the area you want to be in. With St. Brown, do you think it's, hey, sign at all costs? Because right now, the highest paid receiver, I think, annually is Tyreek Hill, around $30 million.
Yeah.
If the contract extension comes in and we get news that he's making $32 million a year, are you like, okay, I get it, St. Brown, the market's going to be reset? Or are you like, whoa, that's too much?
I'm more like, whoa.
Okay.
Because I feel like receivers are something that you can get. They're plentiful in the draft every year. You can get good receivers in the free agent market for a fraction of what $32 million would be. At the same time, I mean, if they're going to sign, it's weird. Like what, $28 million sounds right, but 32 is way off. But that's how you have. I mean, that's what you're thinking of, right? I mean, this is why it's such a tough balancing act to be a GM in this league. Handle the money situation, whether Dissner does that with Brad Holmes or whatever. But that's not easy to balance all these giant contracts which are coming up, knowing that you're going to set the market for a tackle when Penei Sewell comes up, and knowing that Aiden Hutchinson's contract is going to be massive, knowing that you've got St. Brown and Goff, which are kind of must-re-signs. And so you might have Aleem McNeil walk. You might have to have Taylor Decker walk.
And you have to also try to figure out and project how much the cap is going to go up each year.
Well, and it goes up significantly,
right?
Because that's the NFL, and it feels like it's always going to go up significantly. So
if I give St. Brown 28-29, it sounds absurd, but you know what? In 2 years, the
cap's gone up $30 million in the last 2 years.
Yes.
Yeah.
So it
which
costs
allows
me more.
you to spend some more.
Yes. Yeah. And if a team gets its guys signed earlier rather than later, you don't have to deal with that stuff. And I think there's no guarantee that, happy, the old expression, happy wife, happy life, happy player means championship player. There's no, corollary to that, but you think it would help, right?
Yeah. I mean, look, Kansas City has had their issues with bringing in more players because of the monster deal that Patrick Mahomes signed. And they can only hang on to a couple guys. That's why Tyreek Hill isn't there anymore. But as time has gone on, now the Patrick Mahomes money looks like it's totally manageable, right? Because all the other quarterbacks are going to be getting the same contract. Maybe not for the term of 10 years, but they'll get $50 million a year. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. More of your ticket texts as well as we do Champ and Chump on Mondays. We've talked a little bit about the Tigers, the Javier Baez situation. He addressed the boos that the crowd is giving him. We're also talking about the Lions and their situation with with now that Devontae Smith has signed his contract extension with Philadelphia. How does that affect Amon-Ra St. Brown and his contract negotiations with the Lions? And the Red Wings have made an announcement as to who the netminder is going to be for tonight's game.
And there is another game time decision yet to be made.
We will discuss that next here at 97.1 The Ticket. All right, so a couple announcements regarding the Red Wings for tonight's game. Alex Lyon will be in net. They've got the back-to-back games against Montreal. The Red Wings basically need to win both games, and then they need Washington to lose one of their final two games. Washington plays tonight at home against Boston. Now, fortunately, Stoney, as you pointed out earlier, or before the show, I guess, this is an important game for Boston.
Right. If they think that they can win the number one seed, they'd much rather, with all due respect, play the Detroit Red Wings in the first round than if they finish second. I believe they'd be playing the Tampa Bay Lightning, right? Because one plays the worst wild card, two plays the next
within
one.
your division. Yeah, correct. Or so you'd love, we want Boston to win.
Yes,
Boston wins. Wings. Then the Wings win the next two games. The Wings are in.
Yes, it's that simple. Wings lose tonight. It's over.
It's done. Unless there's a whole lot of losing that goes on.
It can't because Pittsburgh and Philadelphia play each other.
Because even if Washington were to lose two games,
or Washington and Philly play, whoever plays
Washington plays Philly the last thing.
Yeah, so one of them has to win.
So let's go root for Boston tonight while we're rooting for the Red Wings. The other thing is Derek Lalonde said that Andrew Kopp, who took the high stick to the face that wasn't called, even though it broke his cheekbone.
Yeah.
And
no blood, but
referees refused to. They didn't want to review it, even though they were going into a commercial break. Why you wouldn't review it, I don't know. And they said, because he wasn't bleeding. Okay, well, it's a little more serious. He only broke his cheekbone. Derek Lalonde said the Kopp will take warm-ups before they decide if he'll play. If he can't go, same skaters as the last game. Confirmed that Lyon is starting, and then they'll see who starts tomorrow. Montreal indicated Wallman dealing with lower body injury, but he has been skating. That's from Ansar Khan of MLive. So we got some indications on what's going on with the Red Wings.
I thought they would have gone back with Reimer tonight because he won the last game. I thought he played pretty well. The Robertson goal, the second goal, he probably should have stopped. But the other ones, he had no chance on whatsoever, I didn't think, right? Did you?
No, I guess not really. There was the one.
And he kept them in the game for a while. After they tied it at 4, he, hung tough. So I kind of, I would have gone with Reimer, but I thought exactly because Lions guy they've ridden most of the season.
So I think what you do, I think because tonight you've got Boston and Washington as well. I don't know. Maybe you're just putting your best foot forward tonight, and we'll just see what happens in the other game.
And if they win tonight, he's got to go back with them tomorrow, unless there's a fatigue factor.
Well, you got to look at that. Some Champ and Chup votes coming in. Champ is our future kicker, Jake Bates. He hasn't missed a kick with the Panthers, and he makes a 55-yarder look like a 40-yarder. I saw the highlight of that kick. It was from the side view, so you're looking at it, from the sidelines, and it just was way up and way deep on the nets. It was fantastic. Chump the Pistons, mainly Tom Gores for not putting the right basketball people in place and pushing the team back years. That's from Nelson. Champ, Scotty Scheffler, he's just so stoic and calm. When everybody started to unravel, he just kept hitting damn near perfect shots. Chump, the Masters broadcast regarding Tiger. Can we please stop acting like he's still an elite player? I appreciate what he did for the game, but he is horrible. Please stop. All right, I will defend that to a little bit. The first 2 rounds, Tiger Woods made the cut,
right,
and it was for the 24th straight year, which is
sets a record.
Which it was a record, but he did so playing 1 over par, which is awfully good considering the course. Now,
Correct.
Was it in the top 10? No, but it wasn't like he just barely made it. The next 2 rounds, he shot a combined 15 over par.
Correct. He was terrible. He kind of had that look like, all right, I made the cut. Now I'm just going to whatever happens.
Well, it looked to me like the course had taken its toll on his body because he's obviously, his body's ravaged by injuries and surgeries over the years, and we know what happened in the car accident and the whole bit with his legs. And that is, from all accounts, one of the top 2 most difficult courses to walk on tour. They say Kapalua in Hawaii is the other one with all the elevation changes, but it's ridiculous at Augusta.
I was there a couple years ago. It's you have no idea until you're there how hilly that
right.
course is.
So I can see why he would fall apart the second half of the tournament. One thing he was able to do, he did drive the ball pretty well, and then he ended up playing the last 12 holes of the tournament yesterday at 1 over par. Now, again, it's over par, but for watching everybody else collapse in the back nine and knowing that Tiger played 1 over, now, is he elite? Absolutely not. No. Do I want to see him play? Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't need to see him, every shot he makes, but yeah, I want to see him play.
Like, if you don't make the cut, you don't deserve to play the last 2 rounds. That's what happens, right?
Yeah.
So if you make the cut, there's no don't complain about it. But if you're complaining because they're acting like you're still elite, fair enough. Champ is DeBrincat for finally burying a couple of goals instead of hitting the post. Chump, the Pistons. No further explanation needed. Yeah, it was good to see Alex DeBrincat get some goals.
It's about time.
Yeah, and they were important, to say the least. Champ, Max Holloway for moving up a weight class and dominating Justin Gaethje, and then making show the finish was exciting for the fans. We'll get to that in a second. Chump, Alex Lang, he has passed his 1.5 year to 2 year window to be dominant reliever. It's time to move on.
It's like one game he can't get the ball over the plate. The next game he looks really good. It's like every other game with it.
It's like Jekyll and Hyde. Getting back to the UFC fight with Max Holloway and Justin Gaethje. Now, King, you watched this, and you brought this up before the show, and I know you wanted to talk about it because this brings up something that's pretty cool.
Yeah, I mean, it was just, and I'm not breaking down the fight for anyone that doesn't follow fights, so don't worry about that, but it was an amazing fight. Max Holloway, like the ticket text had mentioned, that he jumped up a weight class to fight Justin Gaethje, who's one of the most, entertaining fighters in the fight game. Like, he likes to stand and trade blows, and hey, if I'm going to get knocked out, I'm going to get knocked out.
That's not going to be a wrestling match. Yeah. He's going to try to fight on his feet.
So Max Holloway is beating this guy for 4 rounds, and essentially the 5th round as well. And with the last 10 seconds left, everyone knows the sounder, like the clap, and then lets the fighter know there's 10 seconds left. When Max Holloway hears this, he stands in the middle of the octagon, calls Gaethje over, points to the floor, and basically says, let's just dig our heels in and stand and trade.
And go for 10 seconds.
And he had no reason to because he was clearly winning this fight. But he gave my man essentially a 50-50 shot, 10 seconds. If you can knock me out, you knock me out. Instead, with 1 second left, Holloway knocks out Justin Gaethje. And it's one of the coolest things I've seen in sports, let alone fights. And I just thought it would, and I knew that someone would text it in eventually, but because it was a big card this weekend. It was one of the coolest things I've seen in sports. And those two guys absolutely respect each other, so it wasn't an animosity. It was just a cool gesture, and the fans went wild.
Yeah, that is cool to see that happen, and then you get the reward for it at the end.
Oh, man, he got $600,000 extra for bonus, a $300K for fight and $300K for performance.
And there's also money that goes on behind the scenes.
Sure,
Dana White just gives you even more because you're an awesome fighter, and we're going to publicly give you this, but privately going to give you that little extra. But it brings up a question because that's ballsy to do that.
Oh, yeah,
you're risking it. You can always get caught. But when you're asking, you're demanding, let's just trade for 10 seconds. What's the ballsiest thing you've seen done in sports?
Wow.
And then when it comes to like highlights, because Ken, you said you kept watching, you didn't want to stop.
I just couldn't stop watching.
What's the one highlight in sports you cannot get enough of? You just keep watching it and watching it and watching it. I've got the highlight down. I know exactly what the highlight is that I can't stop watching. I freaking love it.
Like you can sit at your computer or grab your phone out and just be like over and over and over.
I get a big smile on my face every time that I watch it. And it's like a 15-second bit. But it's, for me, it was it's the home run that Carlos Guillen hit against Jared Weaver with the bat flip. Oh,
God, that's amazing.
The bat flip he does.
And the crow hop.
That's like a triple crow hop, goes down to first base, rounds the bases, and just has a stare down with Weaver. Weaver is losing his mind. And then I think the next batter throws over the head of Alex Avila. But I can't get enough of that highlight. To me, that's the one.
I always liked, and I haven't watched it in a while, but for some reason, whenever it would come up, when Darryl Dawkins, the late but great, when he was the first one to really shatter the backboard, it was just unbelievable. You just keep replaying it over and over and over again, and it was unbelievable.
And as a Philly guy, you were loving it. Yeah,
it was great.
Kang, is there a highlight that you just have to watch over and over and over again?
So it actually comes from this past UFC 300 card. It's not that fight, even though I watched that highlight over and over again. It was the main event fight. It was the last fight of the night for the light heavyweight title. Alex Pereira is fighting Jamal Hill. And this ended in the first round. Spoiler alert. I'm sorry, people. But he gets kicked in the groin.
Oh.
And Herb Dean comes in to stop the fight, and he pushes his hand up against Herb, goes, no. Basically, go away.
No,
and within the next 5 seconds, knocks out Jamal Hill.
Oh.
It's become a meme and a GIF. It basically says, hold up, ref, let me cook. And and I laugh so hard every time I watch this because he says, dude, you just got kicked in the nuts. No. I've got this. And he knocks out. So that's my latest one. I've watched it, honestly, probably a couple hundred times now.
So 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. What's the ballsiest thing you've seen done in sports? And is there a highlight that you just can't stop watching? 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text as well. We'll get to your calls and texts next here on 97.1 The Ticket. Well, the weather's changing. Your grass is turning greener and greener. And if you did the right thing and called Natural Way Lawn and Tree Service, you're going to be guaranteed to have that. I mean, it's going to be great. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN. For a limited time, you purchase a full-on program. You get free grub control when you mention my name, Gator, and the station's 97.1 The Ticket. Here's the deal. You get on this schedule right now. They're going to take care of crabgrass. They're going to prevent crabgrass. If you see crabgrass in the middle of summer, you're doomed. It's just too late to fix it. You've got to do something about it right now. It's easier to prevent the problem than it is to fix it later on. You don't want to do that. Natural Way is great because they use fewer chemicals. They have environmentally sound practices. They have people that know what they're doing when they come out to your house. I mean, each lawn is assigned its own specialist. They have certified applicators and arborists that will come out, custom tailor solutions that are specific for your yard and your home. Not everybody's lawn is the same. They offer the 100% satisfaction guarantee, and they've been locally owned for over 30 years, and it's a company I've used for almost a dozen years now. I love what Natural Way does. Give them a call today, 888-GET-GREEN, or go to naturalwaylawn.com.
Gator, I forgot about one.
A highlight that you have to
A
watch
highlight
over
that
and
I
over
have to
and
watch
over.
over and over again, and it took place a long time ago. Does the name, and I'm sure it doesn't, Brian Meeker mean anything to anybody?
Brian Meeker.
Brian Meeker. Now, I discovered this while I was working for the George Michael Sports Machine, where we were trying to get videos from all over the country and things like that. And this became a really famous video, and I will retweet it. But if you want to search Brian Meeker, and I'm sure you've seen this, but you don't know the name. It's a guy, and I absolutely have seen this video at least 1,500 times.
Oh, that's quite a bit.
No doubt. Brian Meeker is a gymnast, and he's running to do a vault at the Carrier Dome in Syracuse at like the National Sports Festival.
Oh boy!
And he just runs right into it. It is
runs
just
right into it. Huh?
Right into it. It's unbelievable.
I can't watch it.
It's unbelievable. Yes, you have to. You have to. It's great.
I can feel the
Oh yes, it's that. I'm going to retweet that.
There it is.
But yes, yeah.
So that's the highlight that you cannot stop watching.
Yes.
Fair enough. Then ticket text. My highlight is Blake the Great touchdown in overtime in the Rose Bowl. That's from Jim and Allen Park. JD Martinez pinch hit home run after his DL stint.
Oh, against Chris Sale, right?
I was at the game.
First pitch.
Yeah, I was there with my brother, my nephew, and my father, and it was that moment was incredible. Just to be there in that stadium at that point was amazing. One highlight I can't stop watching is Datsuk's breakaway goal versus the Wild. A close second is Maglio's home run to send us to the World Series. The Maglio home run is so great. Vince Carter's dunk in the 2000 Olympics against France.
Oh, Frederick
totally
Weiss.
Insane.
The center.
From ZB and Allen Park. And then there's this. I've watched Austin Jackson's ninth inning catch during Galarraga's perfect game at least 50 times, nicking a brown truck. Yeah, I mean, that's one of those plays that kept that thing going. It was a great catch. 248-539-9797. Let's start off with Marlon, who's next up here, 97 on the ticket. Hey, Marlon.
Gator, what's going on, my friend? How you doing?
Good.
Stoney, it's good to hear you in the mornings and middays, man. I love hearing you. I've been following you for years. It's good to see you off the morning show, and you sound rejuvenated, brother.
Thank you very much. Well,
he's awake.
It's exactly. It happens when you get more sleep.
Yeah, true. So I got a highlight that I can't stop watching. Just can I really quick squeeze in a champion chump? I'll be quick on it.
Go ahead.
The champ is the Detroit Pistons because the season is over. I don't have to hear, listen, and see these scores anymore. Thank God.
All right.
And my chump, I mean, you guys touched on it earlier. I mean, to get into it is Andrew Lang, not the closer. They got to move on from him.
Alex Lang.
Alex Lang. Excuse me. I apologize. Yeah, I can't watch him anymore. It's got to be Foley being the closer.
Well, and Foley is the closer, so there's that.
All right, so my highlight, it's a Detroit one. I can't stop watching, and it's actually I watched it again the other day. The Wings ended up getting the win and keeping the playoff hopes alive. Was May 2002 Patrick Waugh Statue of Liberty play when he thought he had the goal, the puck in his hand, waving it to everybody, and then we scored a goal right on him. It was one of the best moments ever. I love looking at seeing that highlight when he looks like an idiot. It feels great. It's one I always watch to this day.
Yeah, that's a good. And thanks for the call,
That is
Marlon.
a good one.
I feel like with the Red Wings there are so many.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, the Steve Yzerman goal. You get the Nick Lidstrom half ice go center ice skip goal against
Dan
Vancouver.
Cloutier.
Yeah, that was fantastic. Of course, the brawl. I mean, every year, right before the videos start coming up on screen again from the social media about the brawl, and you can't stop watching that.
I've tweeted out the Brian Meeker highlight that I'm talking about.
All right, because you've retweeted it,
You got to look at it.
I'll take a gander, even though I feel like I'm going to be maybe in pain watching this.
A Warning Gator graphic?
Yeah.
That's the thing. You know, Stoney is...
Oh! I just watched it. Sorry.
All right, here we go. And he's running. Oh,
it's kind of more funny than gruesome or anything. It's like... this looks like...
All right. I'm rewatching it. I can't stop watching it.
And then when you search it, there's like 2.5 minute stories with interviews about the guy like looking back.
It's a dead sprint, and then he gets to the springboard,
the vault.
Yeah, to go over the vault, and he just goes right in chest first.
I remember my first vault.
I mean, how is he not dead?
He's an athlete.
Oh, it looks like it's high. It's like shoulder and jaw and chest. I've already watched it 5 times, so I guess that speaks to the topic. Bill is next up here. 90-someone the ticket. Hey, Bill.
Hey guys, how's it going?
All right,
going good.
You guys seldom talk about NASCAR, but my video that I cannot stop watching is Ross Chastain's move at Martinsville 2 years ago. He had to make the last 4 to have a chance for the cup, and he just hammered down around the wall. He was so fast that they outlawed the move. If you haven't seen the video, look it up.
All right, so
it was great.
Who is this again?
Ross Chastain.
His name is Ross Chastain, and he went the fastest lap at Martinsville Speedway ever. He video gamed it. He rode the wall and rubbed the wall just like you would in a video game. It was great. He passed like 6 cars in 2 turns.
All right, I've got it on right now, and oh wow, that's impressive.
I wish you guys would talk a little more NASCAR, but
we want listeners.
I mean, I like the Big 4 too, but you know what I mean.
Yeah.
All right, thanks a lot.
That's my video. Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. 248-539-9797 is a telephone. So it's not to win the race; it's to qualify enough to get into the Cup final series, right?
Yeah, but is it something like Gator? I didn't watch the highlight that he was talking about. Is something that you have to be a race car fan to appreciate, or can anyone appreciate this?
I will tell you, I think anyone can, because he just comes like it flies like a bat out of hell to get on the outside, and he's against the wall. I mean, he ends up banging himself into the wall just so he can pass people. So I understand what he's saying. It's actually a pretty cool highlight. Let's go to Kevin, who's next up in your 97 with a ticket. Hey, Kevin.
Hey guys, what's going on?
Hey.
So somebody already said it. The Maglio home run to send them to the World Series was crazy. I was actually at that game, and I was only 5 years old at the time.
Wow!
But I rewatched like the broadcast. The Tigers march to the World Series. That was a pretty iconic one. And another cool one that I thought was remember Grant Balfour and
Yes.
Victor Martinez going at it?
Yep.
In the wild card game, I believe, or it might have been the ALDS. But I was at that game too. I skipped school for that one, and it was everybody. The whole stadium just went wild with that. I was old enough to remember that one, but that one was pretty wild.
That's cool. Thanks, Kevin. Appreciate the call. As far as the Maglio home run, I have a bottle opener, a Tigers bottle opener. That when you open up a bottle of beer or whatever it is that you're opening, just a bottle of beer, in my house anyway, you hear Dan Dickerson's call.
Wow.
It's great. It's a great bot. I think I have to replace the battery in it, but it's I've had it since 2006. But I mean it's awesome. It's that highlight is great. The play-by-play call from Dan is amazing on that one. The Tigers are going to the World Series. Love it. Absolutely fantastic. 248-539-9797 is a telephone number. All right, we're going to get into more of the Red Wings, what's going on tonight. We'll continue to take your calls on the most watched highlight you've got. What's the ballsiest thing you've seen done in sports? You want to talk Tigers? We'll talk Tigers.
All right, I just looked at this Ross Chastain thing. I was expecting it to be much better than that.
It's just the fact that he slingshots around the outside and he's just trying to advance so he can qualify and puts himself to the wall at the detriment of other cars as well.
I'll be the tiebreaker, Stone. I'll watch it during the break.
I mean, it's interesting, but it's certainly not. Wow. It's not like it's no Brian Meeker.
It's no Brian Meeker. You got that right. This is 97.1, the ticket. All right, King, you have the deciding vote. Trying to help the listener along, it was all about the Ross Chastain final lap at Martinsville from a couple years ago, where he passed a bunch of cars to qualify and crashed into the wall to do so because there was no room to pass. So he's like, screw it, I'm going into the wall, and I've got enough speed I can get past these cars. And he did.
It was cool, good strategy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not a big NASCAR guy, so
Me
take
neither.
it for what it's worth.
Yep.
But it's cool, but to watch it over and over again, I mean, he looks like he's just kind of out of control riding the wall. And he's going fast. Don't get me wrong.
There are unbelievable NASCAR highlights that are so much better than that. Where cars, like, nobody gets hurt. They spin over, flip over, go in the air and stuff. That's better than that.
Yeah, I suppose if you're looking for the crashes, I mean, this was actually something was strategic in a race, which I find refreshing that somebody was highlighting something that wasn't a crash as his highlight that he went back to. Is it the most impressive NASCAR highlight I've ever seen? Probably not.
Let's put it this way.
But he loved it.
Vin Diesel would not be impressed. This would make the cutting floor on a Fast and Furious.
Cut.
Yeah.
Take it again.
Right.
Did you fly over a car? No, we didn't. When I put myself into the wall so I can get past him. Why would you just fly over him? You got to fly over. Turbo. Didn't do that.
I rode the wall.
I rode the wall and the wall broke.
Brian!
Letty, watch. Take the wheel. All right, Robbie, you're next up here, 97 the ticket. Hey, Robbie.
Hey, how you doing?
Good.
I was calling in. My most watched highlight that I can't stop watching is was Devon Curse when he was at South Carolina. That hit against Michigan in the bowl game.
Oh, Jadeveon Clowney against Vincent Smith.
Clowney, yeah, that hit.
Yeah, there were two hits that you couldn't get enough of on Sports Center. That was one that just kept. I mean, he was unblocked and just goes right into him, makes a tackle and blows him up, and got first round grade based on that. I feel solely. The other one is the butt fumble with Mark Sanchez.
Oh yeah.
Which they didn't stop doing. Thanks for a call, Robbie. The Sanchez play is hysterical because and then he started getting pissed. He's pissed that they still replay that to this day. And I mean, it's been like, what's it been, 10 years?
I gotta think that's a little overrated, actually. I didn't think it was as funny as it's been portrayed.
I think it gets funnier because he's upset about it.
Oh, well, that's possible.
There's that. I got some ticket text coming in. Champ is Max Holloway easily. Chump are the Pistons. As far as play is concerned, you have to keep replaying. You've watched the replay a million times. Barry Sanders in general, but the run against the Cowboys. Yeah, where he turns Tony Casillas around.
My favorite Barry run was the following year, opening day in Chicago, where he just got stopped and he pirouetted and went down the sidelines for a touchdown. That was my favorite one. He's got like
a million of those where he does it. Yeah, the other one is against the Patriots, and he goes down to spun Harlan Barnett around.
Yes.
And went down the sidelines. Champ, Red Wings, just get some goaltending. Chump, CBS for limited coverage of the Masters, not showing the earlier tee times. Yeah, they came on at 3 o'clock, and you missed any of the early
That's
stuff.
not CBS's call, folks.
Well, but if you wanted to watch it, you could watch it. You just had to have ESPN Plus.
Right, but that's the Masters call. Masters dictates everything. And they've gotten a little better because it used to be when we were younger, the only time you ever saw anything from the first 2 rounds was CBS had highlights at 11, like before Letterman.
Right, right, exactly. But they've loosened up a lot of things over the years.
Yeah.
But you caught something interesting, a little dig that Jim Nantz gave to the live golfers.
Yes, they were. It was during obviously play, and during the Masters they would put up the top 5
on the lower right hand corner.
Yeah, lower right hand corner. And out of nowhere, Jim Nantz goes, "Those 5 are all on the PGA Tour."
Which I enjoy the little rib. Mm-hmm. Here's something I wish, because knowing, and to your point about you used to have to watch highlights before Letterman. I wish that in some ways that the Masters would hang on to some things and stick it to players. Like with Liv, you want to let them play, okay, I get it. They're some of the best players in the world there, right? And DeChambeau was on the top 5 for a long time until he wasn't. But what I wish that the Masters would insist on is say, oh, you guys can play. We've invited you to play. but you cannot bring any of that live crap with you. Not your logos on the hat, not the logo on the shirt. You have to go with the pre-approved, you have
to wear Jason Day sweaters.
Well, I did not see what Jason Day wore, but
oh my God!
But you would have to wear, a golf shirt that has nothing to do with live. You want your sponsors on it, great, but none of this, the team concept with the skull and crossbones logo or whatever.
Jason Day's sweater, I don't even know how to describe it, and they told him he couldn't wear it. They made him take it off. I don't know if it was during round or they couldn't. The next day, you can't wear this type of thing. It wasn't an advertisement. It had letters. It was just garish, and it was really bad.
First, I just started typing in Jason Day, and the first thing comes up, Jason Day sweater.
Yeah.
All right, let me look at images and how bad this. Oh my God, what the hell is that?
I don't know. They said no more. Not here. Not in the land of the azaleas.
What? What is that?
I don't know. How would you describe? Because I couldn't describe it properly.
It's like a sweater vest.
Like an eye chart almost.
Yeah, it says it's got a bunch of lettering on it. It's black and white with some red letters. It says number 313, Malbo. I don't know what it is. A golf championship. Something strange on there. I don't know what the heck it is. But glad that was not allowed, to say the least. Chris is next up here. 97 Ticket. Hey, Chris.
Hey guys, I really love your shows. Stoney, I've been listening to you since probably the Rod Parker days. But yeah, this is the funniest highlight I've ever seen, and I don't know how many people seen it. It was Mike Vernon playing for San Jose. I was just randomly watching a game. It was like probably 11 o'clock at night or something. Kerry Frazier was the ref, and he made a call that Vernon did not like. And Vernon had the puck, and he was handling it, and Frazier is up by the hash marks along the board, and Vernon ripped the puck, and it missed his head by probably a foot. And Frazier's skating out, and he looked back at him, gave him this grin, and man, it was just the funniest thing I've ever seen. I don't know anybody else has ever seen it, but
all right, I'm going to watch it. I'm going to watch it right now. Takes it. Oh yeah, that was. Well, unless it's a different one because it's so grainy, I can't tell if he did it on purpose.
Yeah, it's a grainy video, but then they said on the comment that it probably wouldn't have hurt Frazier because his hair's like a helmet. So, so yeah, that's what I got for you.
All right, thanks, Chris. We appreciate it.
Yeah, he tries to. You can't tell if he's aiming for him or if he's aiming for the glass, which was behind him. But it was pretty interesting.
All right, Casey is next here. 97.1. Hey, Casey.
Hey guys, so the one that I can never stop once I've started watching it without watching it at least 30 times is the Tayshaun Chasetown block.
Oh yeah, the one against Reggie Miller, and it is amazing with the Pacers.
Yeah, and another one is I don't know if you guys got it. I sent a link in the text, but there's a Fangraphs. It's more of a GIF, but it's Miggy. I don't know if it's from his Triple Crown year or the year after, but of him hitting 6 bombs, but like his swing is exactly the same, but all the they hit the 4 corners of the plate, and it gets lost with how bad it was towards the end, but just how good of a hitter he was and just how consistent his swing is like, and the power that he had was just amazing. And when you start watching, it's just like you look at the details. It's just fun to watch.
All right, thanks, Casey.
You know what's crazy? The Tigers' offense is so bad, you wish Miggy was here. Just kidding, because of the money, but. I mean, at least he ain't hitting 061 like Parker Meadows.
No, and that was a big question about Parker Meadows coming into to the season was he going to be able to hit because he hasn't really been a prolific hitter in the minor leagues. Put it together the year that he get called up and hit a little bit with the Tigers last year, but has 2 hits this year?
I think so.
He got a hit. His first at bat was it a triple, and then after that he's had one hit. Yeah, not so good.
No.
His glove's amazing. His fielding ability is incredible. He's got great instincts as a center fielder. But if you can't hit, they can't keep tanking positions like shortstop and center field.
Right. You can't have the offense is bad, but you can't go into it, 7 against 9, really, if you think about it.
Yeah. All right, we got another interesting story with the Red Wings we'll get to coming up next here. 97.1, The Ticket. All right, so this came down that the Red Wings have recalled goaltender Ville Husso from the Grand Rapids Griffins. So I brought this up last week, mentioning that, Husso was going to do some rehab work with Grand Rapids. And then how is this going to affect things if the Wings make the playoffs? Does this give them, something to use in the playoffs if he's ready to go? And then I read over the weekend that he skated in a warm-up for a game for Grand Rapids and ended up not even playing. Like he talked over with some people in the trainers and decided not to play, which was strange. And Sebastian Cossa went in and played well, but
he's been playing great.
He has been, and I think they lost 2-0 in that game. But Cossa's been playing very well lately. So I find it interesting that Husso has now been recalled without playing at Grand Rapids, and I'm not sure what that means for the roster.
I think what it means is he's on the roster, so in case they do actually get to the playoffs, he'd maybe be eligible to play if they would need him in an emergency situation. Because, granted, look, Lyon's been their best goalie. Reimer has been okay. Husso's been a major disappointment. Husso's only playing if there's an injury in the playoffs or two.
Yeah, so I don't know what this means for the roster for tonight's game. I imagine he's not the backup for tonight. But does that mean somebody else has to go down or to make room for him on the roster? We'll wait and see if there's corresponding moves to this. But I just find it interesting that he's brought up, he's been recalled, and yet he didn't make a rehab start. He was supposed to, but he was hurt. Or wait, he wasn't. I guess hurt may be the wrong way to word it, but he wasn't healthy enough to go.
No.
So they took him out during the warm-ups. Strange. 248-539-9797 is the telephone number. Same number to text. Got some more ticket texts that are coming in here. Some of the favorite highlights people have that they just can't stop watching. Matthew Stafford's fake spike for the win over the Cowboys. 100% will watch every time. Great play.
It was a great play.
And then reached the ball over for the touchdown.
It was not the most exciting play in the world, but, wouldn't be on my list to rewatch, but it was a good play.
Got another champ vote for Vern Lundquist. Thank you for the years of spectacular calls. The chump, Lalone, for his complete lack of leadership and his ridiculous statements. Ryan in Arizona. The comment that he made last week that really kind of soured people.
I get that, but why do we? Sometimes I think we're so hypocritical. We want guys to talk, and I thought he was pretty honest about his team, and we rip him for it. But I've tried to learn not to take too much from what guys say in press conferences to the media, because a lot of times they're just saying stuff to say stuff, and what they say that really matters happens between closed doors.
Yeah,
behind closed doors.
I appreciate his honesty, and there have been times when you were doing the morning show when you guys would talk to him, and he made some statements. I was like, "Wow, I can't believe he said that."
Yeah,
I would agree with it.
Right? You go back,
saying that we were an overachieving team, and we look right now. And this is a couple months ago, and he's talking about Alex Lyon and saying, he doesn't have a track record where we can rely on, and so we know what we're going to get. Right now, it's kind of uncertain.
I remember I went to one game where they played well, won, but I came away saying, and I asked him about it the next time we had him on, that the Red Wings just seem to be an easy team to play against because there's no, gritty type of guy, or not enough of them. And he agreed with that.
Yeah,
which I thought was amazing.
It's interesting, to say that, because is that an indictment on Steve Yzerman, who puts the team together? But I don't know if it's an indictment. It's an observation.
Yes.
And so however you want to take it, you could take it as an indictment, or you could just take it as simply that, an observation. But I understand why people have lost faith. You have a 6-game win streak and then lose 8 out of the next 9 games, including 7 in a row. People are going to be up in arms about that. And when this team is now, I think they're 6-15 in their last 21 games, that's difficult to swallow when you had an 8-point lead at one point in this wild card chase. And now you're hoping to win out the last 2 games, and you desperately need to have Washington lose one of their final games in order to make the playoffs. For me, Gator, it's still almost 20 years later. I love to watch and hear the call of Magalu's home run in 2006. It's Derek and Brighton. The one highlight I'll never get sick of is the Tayshaun Prince making the amazing block to seal the deal. That's in Zach. J-Mo's touchdown run in the NFC Championship is like no other. Noah and Brighton. That was a pretty cool one. I will agree with that. Watching Jamison Williams scamper down. And, I mean, just he was breaking through the tackle as they're hanging onto his jersey.
Yeah.
Just like, please, God, stop running. And he's like, no, I got this. I'm breaking through.
So the highlight itself is not crazy spectacular. It's a great highlight, don't get me wrong, but it's the fact that they're in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah.
And the magnitude of the moment. Because I don't get up and cheer. Like, I can watch a game and not even make an emotion. I got off my couch and screamed something, and probably something to swear word, but it was, I think
it was the opening drive,
yeah,
too.
It was
and
crazy.
say, all right, we are here.
We belong.
Deserve to be here.
Yeah.
For me, the more exciting, well, I guess it wasn't more exciting because of the stakes there, but the better play, it was the touchdown he had against
Tampa?
The Chargers. Going in, I think it was the end of the first half of that game, cranking down the left side, and then it has this great block. There was a great block involved, too. I just loved it. Will is next up here, 97.1 The Ticket. Hey, Will.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hey, Will.
So I wanted to call in about my most watched highlight. RIG, rest in glory, Sean Taylor, when he did that Pro Bowl hit. That I never stopped watching that. That is a crazy highlight.
Was it the punter from the Buffalo Bills in the Pro Bowl?
Yeah, so the punter fakes the punt and then tries to run. He almost gets he gets a nice block and then almost gets the first down, and then all of a sudden then Sean Taylor just comes out of nowhere like a torpedo, just boom, and then just kills him. So yeah.
Nice. And I think I may have misspoken. I think it actually was the block by Jamison Williams on the long run from Montgomery, I think.
Yes, it was Montgomery.
And he sped ahead of him and got the block that really sprung him. I love that play. But loved his touchdown against San Francisco for sure. Terry is in Westland. Terry, welcome, 97 on The Ticket. Hey, Terry.
Hey, guys. How you doing?
All right.
Okay, my favorite one, I was there in person for this one, and I'm a lot older than you guys. This goes way back to the 60s. I'm at Tiger Stadium for a doubleheader against the Yankees, and Denny McClain on the mound, Mickey Mantle in his last at-bat, and everybody in the stands knew what was coming next. And it was that wink, wink. Maybe you don't remember it because it was in.
Well, no,
really
but I mean,
long
I don't
time
think
ago.
I've ever seen it. Did they show it in highlight form?
Well, they did in those days, like on the 11 o'clock news, and that was it.
All
But I'm still seeing it. It was cool.
All right, thanks. Yeah, was it the teeing it up for Mickey Lolich, or not Mickey Lolich, for Mickey Mantle in his last home run?
Yeah.
Against the Tigers? Was it Denny McClain that threw it?
Right down the middle. Told him where it was going to be.
All right. Well, there you have that. We have an interesting mock draft to discuss.
Mhm.
Okay, it comes from, well, I think the pinnacle of the mock drafters, if you will, the mocksters.
Oh,
it's good stuff. This is the good stuff.
Oh,
All right?
okay.
This is 100% pure.
Uh-huh.
Although it's not, I guess, technically not 100% pure because it's not just him; it's somebody else involved.
Ooh.
It's also high-valued stuff.
Somebody else has entered the mock draft field.
This is correct. And it's an interesting mock draft because it's one that you wouldn't typically see. Two guys going back and forth, making picks, but not just for the first round.
I know.
No, sir. This one goes a little bit deeper into the draft. And how does this affect the Lions? It's just more information, seeing what people are saying, what people think. I love it. We'll see what the people think about this as well as we continue here. 97.1 The Ticket.
Before we get to the mock draft that we were telling you about, the Pistons that we've been mentioning have media locker clean out day. That doesn't mean that like Birchie's there cleaning out Isaiah Stewart's locker. It means the players have cleaned out their locker and then they talk to the media.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yes. Cade Cunningham is speaking now, and some of the things he said, according to Amari Sankofa of the Detroit Free Press and James Edwards of The Athletic, on the extension. I think it's pretty obvious. I've definitely had that on my mind. At the same time, I've been making sure I don't get ahead of myself, knock on wood. You never know. I could get into a car crash, so it's day by day. Great.
He's got that auto insurance.
Yeah, that's right. Cure. He also says about his season, I was turning the ball over like crazy at the beginning of the year. I feel like I've settled that down. My shot, I feel like I got it to a good point. All this about consistency. You're only as good as your last game. Okay. So, yeah, I mean, that's a decision that's going to have to be made. I assume whoever is the new president of the Pistons, because we believe that's going to happen, or Tom Gores, whoever is going to make that decision that Cade will get that extension if he wants to, and I think he does.
Well, I mean, this is the big question they've got to ask themselves is, do you build around Cade or continue to build around Cade or not?
I would, because I think unless – I don't know what you could get for him. That's the thing.
Well, if he's only as good as his last game in a loss to Memphis, 110-108.
They lost?
I know. I'm just going to shock you. It was a loss. But he scored 36 points in the 34 minutes of that game.
Yeah.
Made 3 of 4 3-pointers. Had 8 assists, 4 rebounds. I like Cade a lot. I think he's really, really, really talented.
You just wish you could see him play with better players.
Well, I wish I could see him play. That's the problem, is he played 64 games his rookie season before he got hurt, or started hurt for that worked out there. Then last year he only played 12 games, and then this past season he played 62 games. So here's a guy who's only played 138 games in 3 years.
True. Now, look, if the Pistons had something to play for, I think he would have probably played the last 2 or 3 weeks.
Well, sure, but nonetheless, he's out, and so is everybody else on the team. That they sat out Jalen Duren, and they would. Everybody was sitting out games, and Grimes never came back. And was that just, hey, why bother? Get healthy in the offseason. We'll look at you next year, Fontecchio and all these guys. But Cade went 17.4 his rookie season, 17.4 points. Then jumped it up to the next game. Next season, only 12 games, was 19.9. This season, which just finished yesterday, 22.7 points per game, so almost 23 points a game. He had a bunch of 30-point games. He's shown that he has gotten better. I agree with him that he's gotten better